what you would consider like a regular seat, not all the metal, like.
So porcelain gets broken, I'm just waiting
Yeah,
for
I
it.
get you.
I mean, we could get like white metal or something.
Maybe white,
like that.
like just not the silver prison
Okay.
jail style stainless steel seats like that.
Never had one of those stainless steel ones. You go to the nicer prison.
So we're gonna go through, we've gotta get the plans and we've gotta put them out for bids. It's gonna come up as a topic of discussion when we go through a full bond sweep, right? And go to reconcile what's left in the bridge. You guys made a commitment about the golf course, so we're gonna have to revisit all of those topics as those things come back from bid.
Moving on then to the play area, we have reached out to a few folks for turnkey installation on that and have some backup quotes for netting and in-house installation. Actually, getting ready to send an email out to one of the turnkey folks right now to get that. Seems like it would be pretty minimal, so we can get that rolling pretty quickly.
What's that running to?
As of right now, we're looking at, well, I haven't got anything back from turnkey yet, but just for the netting itself, it's looking anywhere from 1,500 to about 3,000.
Oh, okay.
So the post and everything in there, I would say probably no more.
Less than 10?
Yeah, less than 10.
And that's for safety, right?
Yes, that would go along the similar to the back.
Yeah.
Flying balls.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's important too.
And we are looking at it being about 10 to 15 feet above that fence line, so that will have adequate surface area.
Coverage.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I was still looking at the reading for, on the splash pad recirculation, there was an open question, months ago about putting the plaque back up.
Yes. So we have.
Is it back up?
Not yet.
So then we're not completed, right?
For the splash pad?
Yeah.
For the
For the plaque's back up, we're not done.
I'll put that in here and make sure that we have the plaque. We do have.
Do you have Tabasco this morning?
You're gonna have a little space.
Got an info.
No, woke up at 3:30 this morning.
I did too, I just went back to sleep.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to get up and work, so I went back to sleep.
We do have, just so you're aware on the large plaque, we do have the previous city council on there because it was a DPW grant as well. So we have the majority of the old plaques still there, if you will, information, and then the new information with the new council and staff. So we've got that distinguished between the two.
And do you have a plaque vendor already that you've been talking to?
We've been working with sign and banners for Bastrop sign there.
The one on Main Street.
304.
Oh, the sign, that's Bastrop sign.
Okay, Bastrop.
The other one is Texas.
Sign and banner.
Sign and banner, Texas, gotcha.
No,
Yeah.
the one off 304.
So I think the plaque that John was talking about was there was a plaque from the ladies who had originally come up with the money to build the thing that we gave them.
Yes.
That plaque, not.
Not counting.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That's the one that I've gotten.
So you want that one back? Because they were, what the plan was to take a new one, put the same information that's on that one.
Yeah, it's the information that matters.
Same information is coming over, it's just adding the new council with the rehabilitation dates. It's just the same information as the old one, just adding some more
Yeah,
information.
it was very specifically,
Yes.
disregard council being on the box or not being on the box. I don't even care. It's about the people, you know.
Those same people, they're on the left side and the full list of all the original donations. And then on the right side, we'll have the 2012 council and the 2016, or the 2016.
It'll actually be all on one plaque versus historically where we got the plaque and then 2 additional sub-plaques. You know, so it'll all be clean and all one.
Does that mean the?
I think so. I mean, it's, you know.
We have it in, if you want to see.
No, we don't. It just,
That's.
if we go.
Drop it to me in teams, Jason, please.
Sure.
If we go another, 6 months and haven't done it, then it's gonna go 2 years and not get
Yeah,
it.
no, I think they, going back
Oh,
and
you
forth.
need a little faith, John.
Yeah, just making sure names are spelled right. I think that's where we're at. We're making sure names are spelled right, information's correct, and then they just don't.
Yeah, that's gonna go. This is the old flag.
email it to me.
Yeah. So, you know,
Okay.
that was the old plat that we have, we did research for the. That's the original 3D. And then we're gonna take all of that and put it on and do.
Cool.
Does anyone happen to know the history of the two subplats? Were those names ever like accidentally left off and then you just made another plat for it?
I don't know.
Yeah, in fact, many names on there, I can see now.
Well, there was some room right there.
Yeah, there's room, but if they just forgot
It'll
them.
be nice to have it all on.
Oh, go crap.
Mhm.
We forgot, Collins is,
Another No, they're listed up there too. They're 1, 2, 3, they're fourth. Jay and Max and Collins.
oh, yeah.
They got special things too.
Yeah. Maybe they.
Maybe that was an additional, maybe that was the public show area or
Mhm.
bench or
Yeah.
something.
I will, I'm still digging around. for it.
Either way, Jason, that's fine.
As long as it's all on there.
Like I said, as long as those people on the left are on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the information will still be on there, like I said, it's just the addition of, our current council and staff that we distinguish between. Moving forward to Delgado Park, last night, again, that one was completed, same thing we covered at the playground back in May. Restrooms are the same, same conversation with Fireman's Park restrooms, so those run in there in the middle of each other. Make that part,
I'm sure, and I know we have plans on it, but we don't have anything on here about the parking lot. We need to, put it on here.
Okay. We can talk about that in the future,
Okay.
but yes.
Now, I know we put it on pause because of the amount of people that was coming in, and, you know, we would have been in trouble for that. So, but we need to make sure that that's something we're working on.
Okay. Parking.
Full?
Yeah, it's been better, to be honest with you. It's slowed down a little bit. The parking is, they're still parking. What we've done is put the lineators that are near the Delgado restroom. So there's additional parking on in the dirt, if you will, and people utilize that. But they've been doing pretty well.
So it's not as big a problem as it was at the beginning, or it's about the same?
Well, the concrete is being filled up, that's why they're parking over in the grass. So, I mean, I don't know if you would call it a problem or not, but
How is it
we need the
impacting
room.
the people on this, that live on the street? So the people aren't like parking in front of their houses.
Well, that's been when it initially started.
Okay. That's.
I think it's still definitely be used and will be continue to be used for the additional parking space, and that will be taking up, you know, I would say almost on a daily, but it's not as bad as it was when we first opened the additional pluses of folks that are out there to utilize the park.
There's an adjacent property owner that we've reached out to perhaps purchase a portion of the property way back off of the park. We haven't had a response to that, but that would be an ideal location for a parking.
I had access to church attendance statistics, real detailed for church that I was at years ago. And what they would see is that they were very full, and so they run at 95%, 96%, 98%, and then they go over 100%, where they have to bring in more chairs and like put them in the aisles, and then the next Sunday it would drop back to 95%. And so it was a sawtooth thing, and whenever they went over 100%, that turned off enough people to where you lost many dozens.
Right, yeah.
Parking garage downtown.
Enough to fix
They
it.
want to write a dock, they should be going.
I'm just telling you, it was an observation that I shared with you, that when you're providing services to something and you're crossing the full mark, and that we might be there with this parking lot, that could impact the number of people that we go say, oh man, there was no parking there last time I went, so I'm not gonna go this time. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, but that's a once a week thing at the church, this is every day, so people are, especially in summertime, stay at home moms and things like they'll set up days. You have a lot of groups to get together to kind of figure out what days work for them or not.
Yeah.
Right, and even homeschool, right? So like, I don't see that problem being there. That's my Texas, they don't find a way to get to that point. People scared to go to church sometimes. And Sunday they was full, and it's like, man, he's talking right to me. I ain't going back,
I've never seen that. I was in Texas until October, so I mean,
That's perfect, yeah.
Okay, are we all good on the move?
Can I,
Yes, ma'am.
are we talking about future things under that particular park, or is that a whole different?
That's a different.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so moving on to Make Best Park, playground and covered picnic area, that was completed and opened in May of this year. The bleacher foundation was completed. The installation for the new bleachers, the bleachers that we have were rentals, and so the permanent bleachers will be installed this upcoming week. They'll be on site, and it'll probably take a week or two to be able to get those completely installed permanently. And then the shade structures, we're about 85% complete. We have the one section by the pins near the concession stand that are remaining, and
We're probably gonna have to look at cantilever structures there as opposed to that hip roof, just because of the way those pins are laid out, but we can potentially relocate those shade structures to the Little League or to Fireman's Park where we had planned to put shade structures anyway.
On the bleachers, so we just had homecoming, so we saw what was there. What will the new bleachers look like compared to, say, the ones that were there? And also compared to the permanent ones that are on the right hand side. So the rentals were, half height. So what do the new ones look like in comparison, say, to the permanent ones that are already there?
so the ones that we have on site, the new permanent ones that we have are going to be identical to the elevated large tin row that you see on site.
Okay.
The rentals were lower because we didn't have the platforms to be able to raise them up to that same level.
No, thank you.
That's where those permanent ones will come into play.
One.
We did have to find, we put picnic tables out there because there was that empty space in the rentals and they were so utilized. So, there is an empty, like sort of concrete pad as you're making the turn. And, so that's a conversation to have. We did get rid of all of the, not all of them, but most of the metal ones that were in just bad condition. And folks really, really, really like their tables to sit down and kind of hang out in the back. So we're gonna have to do something to address that, whether we're borrowing the Main Street, table on main tables, or we're having something out there more permanent.
Yeah, well, like, that's what we had talked about, we were looking at.
But I kind of like the modular because folks can, there are different vantage points on different nights and there are different gathering spots on different nights. So I don't really want us to focus on affixed tables so much, but rather things that can be modular.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I just don't know where you are.
So I did impromptu queries with the people that I sat around on Saturday at the rodeo, and I mean, just extraordinarily grateful and pleased about the covered seating, the kids' play area, which had been around for a little bit. Yeah, we got here early and the kids played there. I didn't even know we were going to have anything for them to do, and just, and then other people overheard what others of us were talking about. Thank you so much. This is so amazing. It was like, it was actually really rewarding.
I want to talk about a future, and it's a simple water feature there. It's not a massive water feature. If you can just imagine a maple, but we'll talk about that in future projects. And it's sort of punch it, because it's extremely hot up there. When you're on the hill, right? It takes a while for air to kind of come up.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of shade. And no, none. I mean, so you're like lizards out there.
The water drop off.
Yeah, actually.
That's important to having trees.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
I tried to plant one in the middle of the rodeo.
yeah, we're not doing that. But no, just, you know, the surface.
Yeah.
Like, and
Yeah.
bushes don't work, you gotta have trees.
Mhm.
Gotta have trees.
Live oaks do well in that area. Anyway, sorry, dude.
Okay, so moving on to the dog park, we have completed fence repairs to address the issues that were happening at the bottom section of the fence that was being pulled up. So we installed a bottom rail, if you will, and we're able to tie that in. Water fountain replacement is in progress. We ordered those about a week and a half ago. And those should be in by the end of August. With the water fountains, we also created a package to where it was not only water fountains, but some of the utility equipment as well. It was just a total package. Solar lights. Those are actually, I got an update, those should be here on Monday from the vendor. And what we are able to do is have the 2 solar lights, one on each side, to be able to illuminate the majority of the dog park during the nighttime, if you will. So that should be installed on Monday, Tuesday, and it should only be a 2 to 3 day process. Entrance sign, I've been working with Conti on this one. We've reached out to the Bastrop signs, down in the middle of signs and banners, Bastrop signs, and they reached back out to me last week to be able to provide a proposal. So we're ready to move forward with that and have an entrance sign update.
Can I ask you a question on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
For the, water fountain, well, just asking for, to still be able to connect the hose so they can fill pools and stuff with the new water fountain, have that also, or is it just?
We have it reconnected.
We also didn't eliminate the host bid, did we?
No,
Yeah.
that was good, still there, yeah.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the dog wash, you know, we have, kind of a dog wash area that is off to the main entryway. We'll also have not only the hose there, we'll have a little water fountain there as well.
Are we pouring concrete for that? What are we doing?
Yes, ma'am, we're pouring the concrete slab.
And will the park be closed for the install of the solar light?
From my understanding, they don't need to have it closed, so they'll go in there and just do a little concrete base foundation, and then once that cures, they'll come in and just set the posts. So we should be good. One thing I didn't know on here, I know sandbirds, sticker birds have been a point of concern. We got with the contractor, I met with him on Monday after he provided the proposal, and there's another weed in there called khaki weed that has the small birds in there, and he wasn't thinking about it. And I said, if you're not going to give me the proposal in time, I need to move on this. So what we did was we brought in some of our team to start on Tuesday, I believe, to be able to start pulling some of those out while I wait on that proposal from the contractor. So we have started to make progress on that.
Yeah, we need to get a long-term plan, and I know there's pieces of equipment that they're manual, but, yeah.
There's some time this year over.
Yeah, and then, we spread them, right? We use the lawnmower here, and we go use it over there, and over there, and over there, and then we just
Well, those are terrible, there's a hard to get rid of. You gotta, like, dig them up out of the ground, and they're like 3 or 4 days. It doesn't take much for them to get on any and everything, and then they go, and then once they start.
I dug up on my red, my side of my yard.
You gotta dig them up.
Yeah.
They'll come back too.
They're not.
I think the first day they grabbed 2 or 3 trash bags, big trash bags, up there. They've been out there.
They were very nice. They're still over our yard.
Veterans Memorial Park, we're still in design, we engaged on design in June, we've been working with them through SCI easements, because of the location of where the Veterans Memorial is at. We had discussed an alternative location potentially for the south end, and that was, I think that was with with the green light.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
Alternate.
Terry,
Alternate.
the South End folks are happy to have it there and incorporate it into the design. The problem with the South End is it's in a floodplain.
Yep.
And so, it looks like a lot of that land is ours. It's not. It belongs to, it's two different people that own that. But anyway, the memorial would be placed really close to MLK. And, because that would be out of the floodplain where we could put it on the foundation and get it out of, floodplain, floodway. And then, the other leave it natural sort of trails. So, and it appears like the size is, large enough. But,
You talking about Julius?
yeah.
Moving him from the American Legion side down to
Mhm.
the south?
Yeah.
As an alternative, one of the things that we did was we marked up the columbarium plan.
Mhm.
And we are going to send that over to LCRA, because LCRA is more concerned about the height of this permanent structure versus anything else. And so the idea is that if we can give an approval, some kind of approval from LCRA, because they want to design, without having to go through the whole design process for veterans, this is similar to columbarium, we submit that and see if that is approved and start to move forward with that initial location.
And did Margaret complete any plan out by the American Legion?
She wanted, hey,
I live in Bastrop, and I was just in the area, and saw her doing this. Is it cool if I just sit in and listen?
Sure.
Never been there before.
You say you didn't?
Oh, no, I work in Bastrop, I live in Smithville, so half my day is spent in Bastrop every day.
Oh, okay.
What's your name?
Well, that's, you know,
Yeah, what's your name?
Connor.
Connor, all right, nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you.
Connor what?
Yes.
Val.
No.
Wait, we have citizen comments?
We do. So here's the size of the property that we own, and it is right along Gills Branch, and so the stripe is floodway. The blue is floodplain, so you can see there's an area, I think Perry and I marked it off, it's about 7,000 square feet where a monument can go, and then we own a good portion of the right-of-way to the street, and so it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to have the concrete sort of weave through, the sidewalk kind of weave through that part, sort of around the monument. How large of a columbarium fits there, I think we start getting away from the whole purpose of the Veterans Memorial. We have alternates, and I say we because we talk about this on Friday when I meet with Perry. There are alternate monuments that are extremely less expensive than what we're doing with Julius. And so if LCRA does not get the green light over in the other direction, there's this potential site, and then the site that we looked at originally, which was over by the bridge. Yeah.
Okay, this is the first time I'm hearing about any of this, so I guess that's why I'm kind of shocked. Because
Yeah.
I thought that's why I asked you if Margaret had come up with a plan, because that was incorporated, the monument and all of that was kind of centered around, so,
and she did, she created like a very rough conceptual site plan, and we presented that, we worked with Fred Lyman.
Right,
Those two have
right.
worked together.
Mhm.
LCRA isn't hung up necessarily on the square footage of it, it's more of the height. And so that's the reason why they want to see a full design, and we told them, so we're just barely engaging these folks right now to do a true design. They have a columbarium plan that we can mark up, because it's going to be a portion of that size.
Mhm.
See if that'll give us a green light.
Right.
to work with that one.
Oh, you're surprised that Morgan hasn't brought it up at Parks Board?
I haven't heard anything about.
No, I think that I'm completely lost.
Julius moving down the hill. Because I don't even know what the plan is where Julius would be living in town. What is that?
So, okay, so let me back up. So, in the bond, we put $500,000 for a Veterans Memorial.
Right.
We worked with Arts and Cultural Committee to put out a call for artists for a statue that was gonna live in the columbarium area. Julius,
Columbarium area to me,
Gazebo type.
hold on, means The cemetery, that's the only place we have.
Oh, sorry, the structure around the columbarium.
Pavilion type.
The pavilion around the columbarium.
But there's not gonna be a columbarium there.
No.
And then why are we using that word then?
Because it's a structural.
Because it looks just like.
Because that's what everybody's
Okay.
gonna refer to.
Okay.
When they say columbarium, they're able to distinguish that it's not the cemetery, but they're looking at the design of the columbarium, so that's why they're using the term.
Without the high rise.
Because that's, it gives them an idea of what it is by using that word.
Okay, got it. Okay, so that structure, and then there would be a statue or something
Yes,
inside of it?
No,
Or outside?
outside.
Okay, so then the inside part then is what, for people that sit down?
We're talking about like the plaques for each of the
Services.
services, like
Okay.
having a metal, like medallion, if you will. And then-
Well, and you're lost because you haven't seen a design yet. We're still in that process. The Parks Board has been working for
Well,
you.
that's fair, but I mean, the words, I call it burium, I'm like, we're gonna put someone's remains, or like, that just didn't, I didn't understand. Okay.
It's gonna be a fun day
So I guess Sylvia, what,
So, originally, we decided, we thought it would be appropriate next to the VFW, right? City owns all of that land. The problem is, there's a bunch of LCRA easements and other easements right below the water tower. It's that open space essentially. It's about an acre and a half. As Jason mentioned, it's not the fact of the area, although if they need access to the easements, they're going to get access to the easements. And so we really, regardless of the height, we really want to rethink that. You're allowed flat work, and then you end up signing a hold harmless. It says if we need to get to our easement, if we need to break up your stuff, we're gonna do it because we're a utility and we get to do that. So, alternate site was perhaps the south end, because that's ours, free and clear. We don't have to buy that. We run into floodplain issues. The other issue we had originally talked about was over near the Grady Tuck building next to the police station on Old Austin Highway.
yeah, that's what the park board had. those
That
two
one,
sites.
that one was the, that's out of the floodplain. I have the floodplain map up later right now. That's out of the floodplain. The police department has taken over some of the parking lot, which could serve as dual purpose for, that. This area is what's supposed to be the heart park, for the seniors who are living in the, area. That kind of just hang out here on the sidewalk on Old Austin Highway. This is a little bit of a bowl, so it needs some ADA improvement, but this is, so the VFW was site number 1, this was site number 2, and then South End, site number 3.
So
All
that's
of those are city owned.
Okay, I just didn't know that,
Yeah.
so I thank you for clarifying. The Hart Park backs up to the dog park, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's good parking there, that was the car park.
And could you just out of curiosity show me what the north, the south end area would look like?
You need to do that. You need to do that. Here you go. And so this area in the blue, let me overlay the street view. So we have a lot of space, probably 20 feet to the sidewalk. So the thought is potentially right there, and have the sidewalk meander through the park and then connect back. But again, we don't own this piece, that's owned by somebody else, and our piece really is mostly all in the floodway. Gills Branch runs right in the middle of that. And then we've got distance requirements from Gills Branch, so that's a difficult site. Anything other than flat work or things that can get removed during a flood.
Like a gazebo or anything, because
You can't have any structures there.
so that would kind of, how could, just in my head, how could that be a Veterans Memorial Park then?
In the blue area.
Right, I'm just saying the space to use though, is that?
Yeah, it's not, that's what we're saying, it's
Yeah.
really not big enough. You would have to just do this with decorative landscaping, shrubs and
Right.
trees, there's not.
So to your question, right, say we want to expand the Veterans Park, right, make it more than what it is. Do we have room to do that? Yeah, let's figure it out, right? And so just thinking of the future, we might want to expand. I think we need to have a place where we have that room, right? Because then we would call it the Veterans Memorial Park. And we put it somewhere else, is that gonna be Veterans Memorial Park 2.0 or? Yeah.
Right, and I think we're gonna need to
Makes
think
so
of
much
the
more
purpose
sense
of
to
it.
have it there.
And I get the south end because of Julius, and he grew up down in that area, so I get the monument being down there, I'm not understanding the Veterans Memorial Park being there, just
Right.
because we're so limited. But I can understand why you would say Julius, you know?
So the other thought too is at the actual cemetery. We did buy that piece of property at the front of the cemetery. All of our Memorial Day, all of our celebrations are up there.
Yeah, when we met with Ken and Robbie and all of that, a couple, last year, whenever that was, seems like 2 years ago, they were against that only because you've got so much going on there. They thought of its own place, they don't want to lose it, you know, in the space. It would be lost with the cemetery, so.
But you're talking about the one,
We're off the
right, the
95.
grass spot that's right there.
Right off the 95.
Right.
Access is-
Yep.
Well, I mean, access is the same as getting through to the cemetery. If you put, you know, you go into the cemetery, you can make a road that turns into their.
Okay, that would help.
Right?
Yeah, they also
You don't
want
have
to save
put
it
two
for
entrances.
any cemetery
Right.
expansion.
So, but right now, just to focus back, our primary spot is still by the Legion if it works out with the LCRA.
Mhm.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
And do they have high power lines that run overhead? in that area?
There's gas easements,
Yeah.
there's all sorts of.
I'm gonna tell you a word about a 95% no there, just because there's a lot of conflict in that area.
I have 2 acres with an LCRA easement on it, out of 10 acres that I own in Cedar Creek. And, yeah, I'm familiar with both
Yeah.
the document and the restrictions and their behavior.
Yep, flat work, and if I gotta come break it to get to it, I'm gonna break it and get to it, and I don't have to replace it.
No, this-
Yeah.
So
this guy
95%
owns-
no. Then site number 2 is down by the dog park? by the-
Here, Park.
Now, why couldn't you merge the Hart Park and that?
Well, there's a road in between it.
Yeah, they're-
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Oh, in terms of cohesiveness.
Yeah.
No, I meant to turn the Hart Park into the Veterans Memorial Park.
Mm.
And the reason why is because the Hart Park is a place to hang out, right? Well, so you could make a Veterans Memorial a place to hang out for the exact same people.
Yeah, there's just 2 great pieces of property, like Basin down there on the side of the street, which are so conducive to parks on each side.
Mhm.
And I think the board, was very much with the ease of the citizens being there for the seniors. I think they want, John, I think they just didn't want to blend it all together. They really wanted separate, dedications because the Veterans Memorial Park's pretty special.
It is. No, I agree, it's special.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if you put the Veterans Memorial Park there in the land close to the police station and then the Hart Park, and you were targeting the people that are on wheelchairs in the senior living center, they're gonna stop at the Veterans Memorial as opposed to.
Right, right.
They're not actually gonna go to the Hart Park. I mean, so that's why I was contemplating, you know, let's build a larger single structure or single place.
I don't know if you have,
Yeah.
how much you have.
So this one has access to a parking lot, this one is county, this is a county parking lot, not ours.
It's half ours.
Yeah, this is, 4 spaces. It's, split, you know, there's, and this is a little bit of a bowl, but this is a beautiful shaded area. I don't know how many of those trees would, survive, so.
Would you mean survive the grade work that was, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I would say.
Which would be better if you could avoid doing that
Yeah.
grade work, because the trees are really what make it,
Special.
well, and make it habitable.
Yeah, you gotta, I mean, you gotta have shade.
takes a long time to get trees to cast that much shade.
Well, I'm happy to hear, because I don't want to continue to tell the citizens that right across from the American Legion is going to be the Veterans Memorial Park if we're 95%.
No, yeah, that kind of makes me sad, because it's a really good
Ideal
place
location.
to, it also, it extends, you know, some things that we have in the city up there into that
Totally.
place there.
Mayfest.
It's right there across the
Yeah.
street from the big
We
jet.
could move it to where the area, the overflow parking for the rodeo is.
No.
We need the parking.
Right, because we don't have that land swap, so we need that parking. And that's for any other events that we will have up there.
Yeah.
Is there any way to enrich the existing F4, the fighter jet that's there? Is there enough, and I'm assuming the answer is no, by the way. But, you know, I know that land is, I mean, is it owned by the city and leased to them for 50 years, like whatever, right? But is it possible we could come up with something that isn't across the street in the LCA area easement, but on the same side as the American Legion, or would they have a place where we could do so? I don't know, yeah. You know, conversation and look at the overhead map and just see if there's actual space for something.
It is city land, it's I think it was a 99-year lease, so long as they use it as a VFW.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you were first.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Okay. LCRA Falkers. I will sit down, bleachers, we already have them delivered. They were from the same company that are assisting us with the permanent bleachers over at Mayfest. So quite honestly, once we get done with Mayfest, we'll be transitioning into those bleachers to get those built and installed. So those should be completed. Like we started on the week of May 17th and completed by the end of the month. So we can have those over at the fall fields. Base structures, we received some proposals and kind of looking at those numbers and seeing where we're at. Lovers Lane soccer fields, those are in progress. We've received proposals on turnkey installation and additional proposals for city staff to GT. I have one last proposal I'm waiting on as far as us to GT everything, and I just have to continue to follow up with him. It's an irrigation. It's basically an irrigation design is what I'm looking for. Other than that, that's all I have.
Now, this Lover's Lane, it ties directly with the Hunters Crossing Master Transfer Agreement, because they did agree to let us, not agree, but we agreed to keep the drainage area where those ball fields are, and then we have the agreement with Carlos with parking, so that seems to have subsided a little bit. The goal was to have the Lover's Lane soccer field for this coming season, which gives us about 6 months, something like that, tight. So, anyway, Lover's Lane, it's got great potential, it's got great opportunity. There are some improvements that need to happen in terms of road, what can we do internally, so I'm looking to Jason for a complete, what does that look like? It would be a phenomenal win for Ford Field.
Do we have to, like, is there a?
It's VEDC property, so.
No, I mean, is there a, yes, you can start next season 6 months from now and park on the side of the road, we'll bring in 6 porta potties and,
Yes.
you know, mark your own fields out there.
Yes.
You know, like
Yes.
the free option.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because then they just started to feel like, you know, we're forming a plan for something where we gotta go, you know, bid out $200,000, make it up,
Yeah.
$200,000 worth of work, and then it's gonna take too long to finish, and maybe there's an intermediate thing.
Irrigation is the intermediate.
Okay.
That at least is needed, because what happened at their other sites on 95 with no irrigation is it just gets trampled on so much, it just turns to dust.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's an issue.
Yeah.
Parking on an
Okay.
unimproved surface, that's okay. It's just trying to keep those fields irrigated, and the organization is actually willing to put funds up also for the porta potties to also help with the irrigation system. That's probably the biggest piece. And the rest of it, yeah, we can build it as we go. Yeah, no, we've come a long way from artificial turf we talked about in the beginning.
The organization is BYFO?
BYSO. All right, on those of you gonna do water, do you need me to bring up a map?
Are we looking for another,
Does everybody have a map? I'll just bring it up.
are we looking for another piece of paper?
No.
As long as the orange strip.
Yeah, I know. Here we get a head start.
Find it, John, find it.
Area development, water final, this one? And then we've got
Yeah, and
a,
there's also one that's already over there.
this one overall?
Yeah, we'll start with that one.
We'll start with Mount Heatherly? Yes. Okay. So we're talking current project, right? Yes. Okay.
I don't think more. Water.
You don't have a map, but that's-
The maps are right there if you want.
You've probably seen it better up here anyway.
So this is, the Valverde west side water, coming in from the existing water, Sayers water plant. Coming down, this is, Smith Road, or sorry, Reed's Bend coming down. And then we're gonna work this current location to get all the way to Valverde with a plan to build an 1 million gallon, elevated water storage tank there with a ground storage tank beside it. That is necessary. We had Walker Partners do our map for us. On that side of town, we have 700, roughly 700 connections left before we have to stop without this. So it's super important. Valverde by itself plans to take more than that 700 in the remaining sections. Right now they have.
We've got 1,100 left.
Yeah. Right now they have all the way to about here, and they still have all that to go. So, they're on us. They want to know like what our timeline looks like. They want to know what all that looks like. This is important. And it's not just for Valverde, it's also for Sendero, it's also for.
It's redundancy.
Yeah,
In
for
the
the whole
town.
city on that whole west side, that tower is gonna be the highest point, and it's gonna backfeed everything back for fire protection and for all the future connections.
So we have this easement all the way, this easement, that easement. We still need that and that, correct?
Yes, that red line, the green line, and then we will have to figure out this proposed easement here between 969 and this area here. We have all of this, so we'll have to figure this one out.
Oh, that's right, that's not my veterans,
Yeah.
my veterans gave us.
Either going up, this is an RV park currently right now, so we either have to go on the duck or above to the RV park or somewhere in this very location. But we did get this and this when we did the Townsend track. So we just have the river and then the rest of it.
So part of
this conversation had also been depending on what was gonna happen with Bardonia, and we'll talk about that in our future. Should we pull up the other map?
Yes. But before we leave this, context, or I'm hearing you, I'm understanding what you're saying, but I don't know why we're talking about it. This is gonna get paid for off of the water fund, for instance, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so that would be rates and debt against the water fund. So the city of Bastrop would purchase, would be responsible for building the water tower, the 1 million?
Yes.
Okay. And then the time frame, I mean, even just approximately, the closest years.
It's gotta be in the next 3 to 5
Years.
years.
Okay.
So you funded it, you're looking at a Walker Partners, you funded a study 4 months ago or so, because we knew we were getting ready. This, elevated storage tank has been on your CIP for 5+ years. And we knew we were gonna run into it. Luckily, we didn't run into it as fast as had been projected. And so the acquisitions that we've done have all also been aiming toward getting that storage tank going. And we actually reduced that from a 2 million to a 1 million with the 1 million storage on the ground for cost's sake.
And I recall conversations, negotiation conversations just along the way with different developers about, hey, if you could, build this over on this side of the town. Is this sort of what we're talking about?
Yes, yes. And there is Valverde is a public improvement district, if you recall. Front part is public improvement district number 1, second part will be public improvement district number 2. We will be having those sorts of conversations on how much is city participation, what does that look like?
Right.
And, I can only exact what is going to serve them.
Right.
This particular tank is going to serve the entire town, so there's a run proportionality test there.
Right. And then there was some water connection math ugliness that they were doing, and we got that.
We got that cleared up.
Okay.
We got that cleared up. Yes.
Okay. Okay, good, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Like, once we do all of that, the future, so I don't think they've given that number to us yet, but it will.
That's the number we
Well, so we will be good for the next future, for the next, I think they said the next 20 years.
Just how many additional units can be added to this once we put the tower supplies?
See, it used to matter, and I'm gonna tell you why it used to matter. It used to matter when we had annexation authority. It used to matter back then. It doesn't matter now because you have people who can pull out from the ETJ, you have people who can do all of that. So we're always in a much shorter capital improvement timeframe. That's why you don't really have a big capital improvement line item, because it's very hard for me to say, oh yeah, sure, I can serve you.
Yeah.
And then like Bar W, we were marching down a path with Bar W, marching down a path, 800 acres, 4 units an acre, 3,200 units, we're marching down the path, we know we're gonna have to serve, we know they've met with us 4 times, want water and utility, and then it got sold. And it will not be developed as residential now. So,
I mean, that does really suck, because,
Yeah, and so.
an over plan or
Yeah.
plan exactly right, and then underserved people, and then there's a.
Well, it just means the onus is really gonna be on the developer, and you're gonna see a lot of in-city MUDs. You're gonna see a lot of that, because really that's the only way they're gonna be able to pay for the infrastructure. It not be on our ratepayer, our taxpayer nickel, and then we only get a portion of MUD revenue for those services we are providing, like fire, police, streets. That's what's happening to Ironwood. Same exact thing. That's why they're only paying a portion of in-city taxes.
So for this one, the study will be completed August 17th, and then that'll give us the size and final tank sizes and all that final stuff that we're looking for the west side water improvement. So you'll see that one come back for a lot more. And then, so now I'm gonna follow this list here. So Simcoe water treatment plant, same tool as the March 9th. We we got it, I believe they just did the well stuff. And I think Curtis was telling us, this right here. The well 3 was reinstalled the week of July 20th. Well 3 was tested on July 27th. We had a flush sample pulled on the 28th. The back teeth failed on the 30th. We're resampling on August 3rd. And I think we're still waiting for that sample to come back. So got the attorney still working through the retainage and all that stuff. We're going to come back and revisit this. Right now, we need to get that well 3 online. So that's our goal right now, is to get well 3 online. As soon as if that back teeth comes back good, well 3 will be online, and then we'll jump into the legal side of the retainage.
How much of the city's water supply is coming from this water treatment plant currently?
If I'm not mistaken, should be all but some of the west sides. Some of the west sides still coming off of Bryant. But the remaining, I think this is it's a pretty high number. I think it is Bryant.
And what is the plant that is next to Fisherman?
Willow.
Yeah, what is that? Is that
So Willow, the Simsboro brings everything into Willow, and then Willow does all the treatment, and then filtration, and then sends it out. That's the distribution. It goes out from there, goes to the water tower on the hill, goes to the rest of the city. Smoke testing in-house. They did smoke testing around town. They covered 101,000,
almost 102,000 linear.
19 miles of lines were tested, and they found 105 defects, and they replaced those, you can see, and they had 3 manholes that needed concrete repairs.
That's actually very good.
That is
is very good. Yeah. When you have things like fires or hurricanes or things that have knocked structures out, people don't go out and close things up. They just don't. It gets silted over with dirt. You forget about it. The lot's vacant. It's open. So this is actually a very good number.
Yeah, and those are our defects. There were some we had an issue at the senior citizens building where we had some the showers, they hadn't been ran in a while. They had heat tracks that were dry. We had to go and we had a lot of fire alarms that went off. So.
Yeah.
So they did a good job, and so
that's a good test.
Yeah. So
Did any of you get calls about us setting off the fire alarm? You see how good it was?
Water and Linden pipe bursting. This started. The execution was June 15th.
When did you do the smoke testing?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Was it on a Sunday?
No, we had only been doing the weekdays.
Okay.
We got a notification about it, though, right?
No, I remember that, but I also had my smoke alarm go off in my kitchen 3 times in a row on a Sunday when I was at church.
Exactly.
So I was like, wait a second, what's that?
You saw it. It brings a big smoke. It has a weird smell to it. So, let's see. So, material submittal was July 16th. They are doing the cammering, and it was completed on the 20th. I think they're going through the camera footage, verifying everything, and they're going to get started here pretty quick. This is Curtis. We're pushing them so we can get water. So the plan is they're going to go and start water, and then pipe burst water, and then the street crew. I'm looking at Lance is going to go right behind them and start on water and start moving up from there. So. And then we'll jump over to Linden, and then that includes farm. Farm's not on that, but farm is part of that. And then manhole replacement. They completed some manhole replacements near Bastrop High School, and then one manhole at college in Pecan.
And I'm gonna tell you guys, there was a lead time on the manholes that say Bastrop. So you just have a regular lid right now. Please don't freak out. The other ones are coming. There's a little lead time.
That'll be for water, Linden, farm, and these replacements. So yeah, you'll see some regular manhole coverage.
I'm curious, even in best case scenario with the pipe bursting and the road reconstruction happening right after, like best case scenario, that's still like a full, I think, 2 weeks where people are not being able to access their driveways, or like what's the best?
You talking about when we start the roads or when we start pipe bursting? So pipe bursting, you shouldn't see much.
Oh, you don't have to alter.
No, because that's
opening the back side of these.
That's why we did the pipe bursting. Is so we did as little interruption as we could. So yeah, you'll see some yellow fencing where they're going through their pipe bursting.
So for the streets, when that's being reconstructed,
That will have
at the
issues.
end of the day, at the end of each workday, access is given to all the drivers. So everything's ramped, everything, access going in and out of the street is gonna be, it opens it up at the end of the day for everybody to access their driveways and parking.
We'll have way more disruption during the street repair than we will with the pipe bursting.
So pipe bursting, is water or wastewater?
Wastewater only.
Wastewater only. And then, so are you pipe bursting active wastewater lines?
Yes.
And so, when you do that, then obviously, when you pass a house, you're gonna be blocking,
Yep, so they go right behind, they'll have a crew that goes right behind and immediately
digs it up and
brings it in, reconnects, does the reconnects. It's the same, similar to what we did while we were doing all of Burleson, Burleson East, like all that pipe bursting we did along 71, same thing, you bypass, we bypassed, you saw the pipes laying on the ground, that was bypassing.
So that limits then your, rate of pipe bursting because you need the capacity to do that as opposed to in one day drill the entire street and then you cut off every house. And then-
Correct, yeah, they do a section and then they come back and fix the repair and then they go back and do a section, so yeah.
Okay, and then, so while it's occurring, do those houses need to be informed and say you can't use wastewater?
Yeah, so they'll go, no, not necessarily that they can't use it, they'll go by door to door and let them know, and then, we just will try not to have it, like, the idea is not to have them down for 4 days, right? We wanna have them down for a certain couple of hours, re-tap it, and then get the wastewater flowing. I mean, because there's room in the line for capacity to hold what's coming in,
I get it, yeah.
and then we'll tap it.
What is our confidence that we know where all of those connections are?
That's why we're cambered. So that's why we're cammering, that's why we're trying to catch as many of those as the unknowns before we get out there. But just like when we did the pipe burst on 71, we found tons of things that we weren't ready for. Like we found a water line that was 4 inches off from
And
the
like
pipe
the
burst.
fiber people who keep
Yeah.
breaking off those connections.
Well, no, and when we did the road down to the Fisherman's Park, there was a 1-inch metal water line, just not on a map, and just sitting there spewing water out of it that they.
No, we have contingency for that. We plan on having those issues.
Yeah.
So yes, we will find something in an old somewhere,
Mhm.
especially along Water Street. When we start on that closer to the downtown area, oh yeah, we're gonna find stuff we didn't aware of.
Yeah, but no, I mean, the nature of my questions is curiosity is some of it, but really it's the, if it was done in front of my house and how long can I not flush toilets and, how much inconvenience is there? And what I'm hearing is a very positive message, is that it's
Yes.
it's contained and limited, it's one house at a time, it's,
Yes, and it'll all be communicated, and we'll door knock and door hang as we do. Water does a really good job of doing that. Water and wastewater.
yeah.
So you want to go get one?
Even on Sunday.
Rehabilitation of water, wastewater
Ooh,
treatment plant.
I got a picture of.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some
very
very
good
pictures of the interior of that Curtis sent us. That plant is looking phenomenal.
Did he text it?
Oh, you know what?
I think he did.
Here, I'll choose it.
Mm-hmm.
That plant looks
I
phenomenal.
want to remind you guys again, when I came here, you told me that a weed eater was gonna take that plant down. That if we hit it with a weed eater, it was going to go down, and we needed to invest $60 million.
I didn't tell you that.
We won.
We needed to invest $60 million.
We're trading the pipe for the city.
$60 million.
Don't know where it's gonna burst, but it's gonna burst somewhere.
No, I was literally
No, I know,
told
I know.
that the guys don't even weed eat around it because one weed eater strike will send that down.
That's a new definition of lazy right there.
That's, here's your pictures of the current, what it looks like right now. So they're getting
I'll do that.
The clarifier.
But what's the
rate? What are you talking, what part? Cause you got the assembly, the bathroom. Oh.
He did 4 emergency guys, 2 back trucks work to remove the medium.
Everything they use
So they're
to-
getting everything out of there.
Oh, that's
Okay, so that's why, like, that's not wastewater
So, I
treatment, yeah,
want
that's
to
just
remind you guys,
sandblasting.
this really only cost the ratepayers $225,000, not 60 million. We used ARPA money, we reassigned it to ourselves, which, by the way, when I got here, you guys were fixing to lose it because we hadn't done anything with it. Because we didn't know what we were gonna do with it until we hired ICE, the engineering firm that came with a grant person. And they're all Hispanic, so it's funny. International Consulting Engineers. They had a grant person who said, why don't you assign it to yourselves? And we said, what? We could do that? We did it, that's what this paid.
Where is this plant?
It gave us an extra 1.7 million of capacity.
Where is this plant?
By, Gutierrez and Alcida.
Okay. And how tall are those walls? It looks like 10 feet.
One of them holds 700,000 gallons.
No, how many feet tall are those walls?
Oh, that's probably 30, 40 feet. Yes. Not 40, about 30 to 25, 30.
No, that's what I'm looking at the people and kind of double and a half, and you know,
Yeah, I think that's.
got up to 15 or something.
It's 24 foot ladder on that.
Okay, good, yeah.
About 30 feet.
So this is way bigger than I had any mental capacity for it.
I will also
And
tell
if you
you,
told me this was a picture taken during our brand new wastewater treatment plant, I would have been like, oh, cool, thanks. But I leave it at-
I will also tell you that there are some old timer Bastrop residents who told me, you need this plant to come down because that is prime real estate overlooking the river.
I used to be a dog pound over there too.
Just so y'all know, plants are normally higher, right? Just, anyway. Okay.
We talked about the west side. Yeah, we talked about west side water improvement. The wastewater treatment plant number 3, the Walker's permit, that's y'all issued a design for that. Street improvements.
And the outfall, I'll just remind you, the outfall, we completed wastewater treatment plans, we're out of TCQ, well, not out of compliance, but we will be out of compliance in the very near future. The outfall is a way to keep us in compliance. This will also supplement the water system, so we will have redundancy in that system.
Do we have water in this update?
No,
Okay,
we haven't paid water yet.
okay,
Water's about to get paid like Friday, then we'll talk about water.
okay. Well, that's the update then. So-
Yeah, so-
And they're about to get $5 million?
No, 2,
2, okay.
This
And
is-
what do we get for the 2, and what's the,
design,
okay.
but there is an update.
Street improvements, water and sewer rehab, this is trying to stay ahead of Lance. They did these are all the ones they've updated, they 300 feet, 390 feet, they reinstalled, these are Buttonwood, Gutierrez, Wilson. These are trying to stay ahead of the water,
The street guys.
rehab guys. Delgado Park, this is 420 foot to get the bathroom over there. Hassler Shores, this is some swap over. We now have all of Hassler Shores down at the end. We did a CCN swap with Aqua. Aqua didn't want to serve it, the water anymore, so now we are serving, and they are officially the City of Bastrop customers now.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. Aqua just had this one little sliver, like one spider leg out of the hole. It just didn't
And
make
they
sense.
had one water line
Inefficient.
ran through just to there, and so we took over and deep.
That old Haskell Shores is like, God, we just need to get that figured out together as a city and county.
So Curtis wanted us to talk about how much they're growing. Commercial is 778, the residential 300, so they have a total of 4,768.
New customers.
New
And
customers.
essentially,
This is, I think, over the last
2 years.
2 years.
oh, wow.
Their water loss, excellent. They have a 7.8%. FY '25 was 6.7. So their 5-year average is 7.8, and then last year we were 6.7. And I think, what is Austin's?
I thought like 10 and under was
Yeah,
super
10 and
good.
under.
Yeah, I want to say like Austin's like 12 or 14, somewhere there. So we're like really doing really good. And that goes back to all the pre-stuff that Curtis works on and does a good job of.
Cameron on the regular.
And then wastewater is 4,282 today. So you can see they're trucking along, and we've got a lot going on.
Yeah, and water loss is,
Hopefully not lost over there.
no, water loss is calculated out.
Water loss is calculated,
How much is
so
produced, how much is billed?
bill. So like if we bill and we we produce, I don't know, 1,000 gallons and we bill for 900, there's 100 gallons of loss.
And we guys are produced with an exit meter at the plant?
Yes, yes, and so like, counted in that water loss is like the fire department using water, like we have to calculate our water loss, we have to calculate, anytime we have
Testing.
we do testing, we flow a hydrant, we, have a water break, we try to calculate all of that to make sure we account for that loss, to make sure we know where that water went.
And how much of that is accounted for?
94.3%.
Yeah, outside
No,
of
of the loss, if we have a, the 6.7% FY25 loss, do we know how much of that 6.7% is accounted for?
That is unaccounted for. So we've accounted for everything else, we cannot figure out where that 6.7 went.
Okay, got it. I hear you.
And so that means that's I throughout the system, somewhere that they have not been able to locate because you can't camera, or they haven't camera the entire city.
There could be a pipe that's dripping somewhere that they don't know about, a resident has a leak on their side that.
Yeah, no, I was asking about how it's calculated so that you could then, in your brain, figure out what things get passed that way of calculating it. And so that's, you've answered my questions, yeah, okay.
So those are the current FY26 stuff. Now we can talk about next year's stuff.
No, that's later.
Okay.
We're still on number 1, project update. Okay, so water, wastewater, all right, streets. Is that a map in here also?
Yes. And we also have one on the.
Oh, man, we've been waiting to hear you talk.
State your name.
Yes, state your name.
Wait, who's last?
Man, come back over one more time.
He's our new chainsaw guy, right?
Put master in
There's current stuff. That's current stuff.
So did you give me a document, did Sandy give me a document also?
All right, let's see.
We got the completed up and out, we got the remainder of 2026, and then all of 2027 projections.
Did she send that to me or did she send it to, who'd she send that to? No, there's a different, she sent a document like Curtis sends for like bullet points. It should be in that Teams chat. I know there was a lot of documents flying back and forth. Alright, we're just gonna jump to your map. We're talking, so go over your 2026 items and also like the parking lots, everything else that you're doing.
Okay. So the list of our 2026 streets projections here, they're not in a specific order. So Jefferson is not, where we're starting or where we're at. Currently, yesterday, Jason mentioned earlier, under his list that we did finish the Hill Street side parking lot of Fireman's Park yesterday. We're doing some prettying up today and tomorrow as far as backfilling with dirt around it, making it, just look better, finishing that up. We will do the opposite side next week. After that, we're done with parking lots for a little while, then we'll focus back on streets.
You finished the streets parking lot, the police parking lot also.
Correct. We also did the police parking lot. That's been finished about a month. We also poured curb around it. We did some drainage over there so the water would drain better. So the streets parking lot has been completed as well, or the PD parking lot, I'm sorry. We're currently working on Willow from the park entrance going towards Cedar Street. Now that's going to be tied in with contract and in-house. So in-house, we're crack sealing, we're filling all the alligator cracks, as well as old utility cuts, old potholes that have been filled that have sunk in over time. We're recutting those out and putting new asphalt on top of it. What that's going to do is from Cedar Street going north, all of those streets have been rehabbed over the past couple of years with HA5, and the streets look pretty. They're sealed, they're darker colored. So basically from the park going to Cedar, once we're done, it'll all tie in and the whole street will look the exact same. And it'll get the extended life out of it because we do still have a lot of good asphalt throughout Willow, and this is just going to extend the life of it once we're done. This next week, we'll finish the in-house side. The week of the 17th, Bennett Paving will be coming in to do their part of sealing the street to make it all match and to make it last longer.
And that's the Wilson Street, that's the 460.
That's going to be Willow.
Oh.
Yeah, Willow going in to, this is the in-house total.
Yeah, I don't see the contract.
So Bennett is, that's not, I guess, didn't get put on here. It's their side to come in and seal it is $22,000. So this is what it's costing us to do in-house, to do what we need. We have a lot of the material. I'm sorry?
Hang on, Lindsay.
Okay.
It's in their package.
Okay.
I knew Sandy had sent it. Here it is. It's a document that's titled From Landstock. It looks like this. There you go, sorry. Okay, so Bennett is 22,472.
Correct.
Got it.
So the week, as was mentioned, the week at 8/17 is when the contractor will come in, and this is going to be a quick. It's not going to shut down, flow to the park. We'll do one side of the street. Traffic will still, you'll be able to get by on the right side, then we'll close the left side down. It's pretty much instant dry. Once the truck comes through, it has arms on both sides, and it sprays, and then it takes a matter of minutes to seal because it comes out hot, and once it hits air, it pretty much seals. I mean, with a matter of minutes, once we set up the traffic control and get it switched over, seal the other side, we'll be able to open it up and let vehicle traffic on. So as far as access to the park, again, it'll flow just like normal, maybe a little slower because we'll have one side going down, but the Farm Street side entrance to the park will be open and not affected. So that'll be taking place in the rest of the month of August. That'll be finished up. Let's see, we already talked about Fireman's Park. Okay, Buttonwood Street is the next full street demolition that will start after we get done with Willow. So this will be a complete demo, and it's a total of 4 blocks. I know at one of the meetings that we had a couple of months ago, we were initially going to do 2 blocks. We did add the additional 2 blocks to it, so we added that.
I got it. That's my partner.
And
Because he calls all the time. Just kidding, Will, if you're listening.
We got you, Will.
even though we're doing 4 blocks, since we're doing it in-house, we're going to do a block at a time. For the simple fact that we are milling the whole block up, the whole street up. So you got your street, your asphalt you're milling up, then you got your base that you're milling up. So we got about 6 inches roughly of material that's going to be taken out, hauled off, and then we got to come back and lay the base, roll it, treat it, make sure it's compacted. That's 3 to 5 days worth of work, and then we'll come back and asphalt it. The asphalt side is the quick part. The asphalt will be done in a matter of a couple of days, but each block will take a week to a week and a half, roughly, to be completed. Those blocks will be shut off during the day while the normal working time, 7 to 4, just say. At the end of the day, they will be opened back up and vehicles will have access to drive in their driveways, to park parallel, whatever. We'll also pass flyers out, post it on social media, door hangers, to let all the residents know well in advance as to what the plans are, so that way if they need to kind of steer around the traffic during the day while the work's being completed, they can do so. And then we'll work with the residents on being able to get in and out if there's ever a need to get in and out. So with 4 blocks, we're looking at roughly a month, I'm just going to say. We've got a lot of other streets we're working on and wanting to get out in front of as well. So Gutierrez is going to be the next. They're going to be done with their pipe bursting on the wastewater side that was discussed earlier by middle of September. So that'll allow us to go in. What we are doing, Gutierrez, it's horrible. It's probably our worst street in town. We do get a lot of calls from the few residents that are over there. We've got a business that's over there. So what we're doing is I've got on my calendar for every Monday morning, I've got guys that go out there because whether it be rain, whether it be traffic, whatever, when we fill potholes in with base, it washes out, or just after vehicle traffic, it recreates more potholes, whatever. So every Monday we're going out and refilling those. It's not perfect, but it makes it at least drivable more easily to get in and out of the parking lots for the business. There's a church over there, so a lot of Sunday traffic's over there. So that's why we're doing it on Mondays.
It's a main access point to downtown.
Correct. When you come around and make the
it's going to increase.
So initially that was the first street we were going to do, and due to some other things needing, as far as the camera and the pipe bursting, things like that, we're trying to, work as a team, work around it, but it will be done. The projection is middle of September.
So question, I know it's not on here, and I know when we break up a street, another one might have to be sacrificed, and that's not what I'm looking for. But, is there a reason why we haven't touched, Linden Street between Pecan and Hill yet?
Yes, so
The pipe burst.
we've got Linden Street, Water Street,
Gutierrez.
and then Gutierrez is another. So Water Street, and it's not on the map, but when Texas Materials was in, they did some partial rehab on streets. Linden Street and Water Street was one. So Water Street, you got everybody knows by the fire department, going north is horrible. Due to pipe bursting, they stopped on Water Street. They started at the dead end of Water Street and then worked north and stopped on Cedar Street. From Cedar Street to Chestnut Street we're waiting on pipe bursting. Okay, so then we picked up on Water Street, Chestnut, going towards the courthouse. The Water Street is done all the way to where Gutierrez is right now, and going towards where the Fleet Facilities office is. So in the middle, where it's the worst, it hasn't been done due to the pipe bursting. So once that gets finished, that is on the list for Texas Materials to come back and do. And then Linden Street also, we did from Pecan Street heading west all the way to where the last street is. And then we got the pretty much where the park is, where a lot of traffic is, all that. So the game plan initially was once they get all of the pipe bursting done, Texas Materials is going to come back and do it all at once. And that was going to be January 1st of 2027. That first week of the new year, they're coming in to finish the remainder of the roads that weren't done. Farm Street.
No, finance, I know finance is listening, no to finance, make sure we uncover the dollars this year.
So, that can change if the pipe bursting all gets done.
No, but my point is your projects for this year, we also encumber them.
So, Texas Material that's the only thing they do, for a living is streets. So they've got the equipment to be able to come in and knock all the areas out within a week tops. So we've also got part of Farm Street that we did coming out of the park, and it went all the way to Main Street. So it stopped at Main Street. We got from Main Street to the school where the concrete starts.
Yeah.
And so that's getting redone also, and that's type of the part. So they've got 3 streets that they're coming in to finish. They did partial, work on, and they'll be able to do all 3 streets within a week. So they want to do it all at once. We just got to make sure all the pipe bursting, everything's ready for it when they do it. So that's why we had said initially, now if they get done, which they're a little ahead of schedule right now, I think, the water wastewater is, which is great. If they get it done ahead of schedule, then we'll get them in here sooner to
I
finish
think
that
I'm
part.
probably closer to the end of the year.
Right.
The January.
Right.
We're just- That's
Well, I
right.
mean, it's just 4 months away. So.
Yeah, no, it's close.
And
Yeah.
this type of world, that's.
Yeah. Well, and also reminding you guys that you guys have gone out, and I say you guys because I wasn't here. You've gone out for a couple of borrows trying to work your way up to $11 million and $13 million for these streets because your plans have been to take all of this, upsize it, take it underground because you were looking at density numbers. So we're coming a more economical route with pipe bursting, which does improve the lines. It brings the lines to a modern status, but they're not upsized to handle 50 units on an acre or any craziness like that. They are, which is why the rezoning, which is why the development code changes match. I mean, it's important for everybody to understand how those pieces of the puzzle fit. You can't do one thing without it having a domino effect on how it handles. And the adage about, well, density increases property value, so that's a good thing. It doesn't, it's not a one-for-one transaction. We've been managing to do the streets for less than $5 million thus far, using a lot of existing funds that were borrowed, and then also the new street sales tax. So again, it's just a matter of doing what we can with what we have and trying to keep us out of debt as much as possible.
The same applies for the streets. We're not widening the streets.
Yeah.
We're resurfacing or rehabbing the base to bring it back up to a good standard where we're not widening it out, we're not adding curb and gutter.
No, and we're also, we're improving the drainage where the drainage needs to be improved by redigging the bar ditches, by creating the swales where they need to be created, by adding inlets, by cuts. I mean, he's discovered some crazy things of stuff that's been filled that we won't go over here and tell you how the sausage is being made, but we do have a curb machine where it's necessary and possible. We will put down curb, but by and large, everything in Old Bastrop is surface drainage. It is bar ditch drainage. The system was designed that way. Those ditches hold a certain amount of water, the streets hold a certain amount of water, and so long as we're keeping things clean and maintained, and the slope that it's appropriate, it will last. It's when we let those things go that, things start getting kind of crazy.
So Sylvia, just to piggyback on that, that's why it was so critical, once again, to get these codes fixed, because I was telling Vicky, everything would have blown up if you'd had super high density.
Well,
The
and-
streets, the drainage, all the infrastructure.
Well, the example that and we walked it, I gave you guys was Buttonwood. There's, to take Buttonwood to where it was planned to go was a pretty aspirational plan for a small length of street for the cost and the return on investment that would have happened. So just things to keep in mind when all of us aren't here and you're still, when Sylvia's gone and you guys are still residents of Bastrop, please remember that every action has a reaction, and it usually hits in the purse.
Okay, so pretty much we left off talking about Buttonwood, Gutierrez. Our dollar amounts are listed here of what it's costing in-house for us to complete. I do have a comparison at a later date that we can send out of what it would cost if we were to contract it out for contractors and not do it in-house, because it is substantial, what we can save in-house, and that allows us to work on more streets and complete more streets, because if we contract more out, it's a lot more in dollar amount, and we don't get the return on investment as like we will here. The downside of that, as far as in-house wise, is just the size of the staffs that we have and the time. We got pretty much the equipment to do what we need now. It's just a matter of the time and how that progresses along with the things that happen throughout the weeks and the storms or whatever that we got to maintain that were unexpected. That's what every department, I realize that. Y'all realize that probably too. But the projection dates, there's nothing on here we can't do in-house. It's just the time in order to do it.
And then you have a relatively young staff
I
too,
do,
that
yes.
he's recruited, from other cities, some experienced staff. But his staff by and large is very, very good. So you'll see Lance out there cutting street. You'll see Lance out there on a piece of equipment. You will see Lance out there doing the work, training, and then, trying to get the staff up to speed. We made some shifts internally, HR-wise, at his request to get things moving a little faster, and I think you're seeing the efficiency of those moves. We'll probably make some more moves before the year is over, and, so that we can continue. I've heard nothing but good things from the residents about the street work that's being done. Like, yeah, it's the big difference between the streets and parks and everything else that we're doing. It's amazing what folks can do if they have the right tools and the right people.
Okay. I guess I answered. I don't know if the person's watching live or not, but coincidentally, right, as we're talking about certain areas, can you shed any light on why the hole is still open at the pond and it's
Yes.
You get material ordered.
So we've got it fenced off currently. That was a sinkhole from stormwater draining. That whole drainage area is a valley drainage that drains from 95 all the way west down to that corner of Mesquite and Pecan. There was a sinkhole that happened there. We had to dig it out completely. The box, the holding box, it was old, faulted, it had cracked, fell in. So we dug that out. A lot of the drainage was rusted, was old, and we dug out about 50 feet.
That's not a surprise.
Going downhill, and the reason for that with the sinkhole, water wasn't flowing where it was supposed to. It wasn't flowing down the tin horn, down the culvert to drain into where the river is. So that goes all the way down about a quarter mile, to where the drainage is. So the first 40 to 60 feet, I'm gonna say, mud, gravel, water, all that had settled in the bottom of the tin horns and it had rusted. Over probably 15, 20-year period. The concrete that buries around where the water holds to get to the drainage pipe to drain out, that had cracked and fell in, and that's where the erosion started and the sinkhole started. So all that's been dug out. These concrete boxes that are put in, they have to be made. They have standard small ones that you can go and buy at some of these utility, companies, places, but this is an oversized box that has a 52-inch drainage line going into it. So 52 inches, that's a big drainage line for it to exit out of. So this was a special order that we had to do. And probably, I'm gonna say within the next 10 days to 2 weeks, everything should be finished for us to be able to either go pick up or have it delivered. And then that's probably gonna be 3 to 5 working days worth of work to get it installed and back together. Right now, everything's still functional. It still works the way it needs to work. If we do have a big rain or whatever, water is going to continue to drain. But it is open. It has the fence around it, and we have a piece of equipment parked barricading it off. But that's why it's open.
Okay, and I think they're concerned too is if it rains.
Yeah. So everything is still,
and I know where they live, it's on that corner.
Right.
Yeah, so a lot of the street issues that we're facing they're always because of drainage. Anytime that you're driving on a street and you see a view like that, 9 times out of 10, that's a drainage junction. That's a connector, and it seeps out, it opens up, the ground shifts, the base moves. But the other thing too that we're going to have to consider now is the streetscape that was required for a few years under B3. Those trees are going to come up looking for water, ripping out those streets, especially the ones on Blinky. So we're going to have to come up with a plan on how to relocate those, put them in tree wells, put them on the other side of the sidewalk. We're going to have to do something. And so in the street standards that we've been working on, that's also, it's got to be in a tree well, and it's got to be out, the root zone has got to be out of the area where it's going to come up. And, we're going to look like Houston, right, Ricky?
Well, I'm just sitting here smirking, just without any respect to those decision makers, just going the bright the trees don't have anything concrete.
Well, I get it, the shade, right?
I get it,
shade,
but you
yeah.
still have that mark. You're trying, it was a thing to try to provide immediate shade with the younger tree versus
Yeah.
thinking on a larger scale where to grow.
Yeah. So this is Lance's spreadsheet versus in-house versus contract. So it's pretty significant.
I would say so.
Depending
And
on
that's it. Is that included with, employee salary?
Yes,
So-
that's just like what it'll roughly cost us. I mean, some of the in-house is average, projections of what it's gonna take versus is contract. I mean, it's a set dollar amount. Now, we do have, change order, all that stuff if we come across issues, but for the most part, I mean, that's the set.
No, I think that's fantastic. I'm a firm believer in that. Used to tick me off at my job when they contract some people in that we could do the work even with the overtime and we'd save way more money. And we have the skill and then you gain knowledge with your crew. Right? So.
There's one road is Pine Street that's on our list for 2026. It's a substantial link. It's from 95 all the way to where Pecan is. All the way where the courthouse is, that whole street is horrible. It needs to be done. That's, we're waiting also. Pine Street, we've got the school over there, so we got to do it in sections for it to be accessible for the school coming in and out. We can do that in-house, but again, it's block by block. It's time. But I mean, if we contracted that out, it was going to be roughly $1 million for that street to be done. And we can do it for about 180 in-house. So, I mean, between $700,000 and $800,000 worth of
Quality is
savings.
still the same.
Still the same.
Because I know that's also a concern, right?
Right.
Like maybe.
Oh my
staff is
goodness,
not-
I heard that also when we were first talking about putting the street department together about, they built a street on so-and-so and it was horrible. Which street? They built Church Street and it was horrible. But, again, I'm gonna go, Lance comes from the private side. He did this for a living on the private side. So it's much different than when you sort of learn it as you go.
As you go, right? That OJT.
That's exactly right. He's recruited. And then we didn't have the appropriate tools. We had a roller that really wasn't even meant for parking lots that we were trying to use it for streets. Like the weight wasn't appropriate. So we have tools, we have equipment, he's training his staff. I wish they were 100% and could work at his speed, but that's a constant struggle.
So for those of you that haven't been, when I first got here, was here my first month, we completely demoed the street, re-asphalt, rebase, put curb and gutter in, new drainage in on Wilhelm. It's a small little area, but that was when we being here like 3 to 4 weeks and having the old staff that had never done this type thing. I mean, they were in the past, y'all probably all know they focused on smaller potholes, utility cuts, things like that. Had never done a full street in-house on its own.
Machine.
And we got a new sheet, we're allowed to get a new curb machine. Also, we used all some of the, the new in-house tools that we were able to use. But for being the first full street that the group had ever done, I think it turned out pretty well. And if we would have contract, we did that, we figured it up math-wise. I've slept since then, but I mean, it was roughly $26,000, $27,000 to do everything in-house. And that would have been $150 to $200 to do, contract out. So, I mean, substantial savings, quality is still gonna be there. But as we get new help in, I'm very picky on the way things look. And so I go overboard, probably overtrain the staff sometimes I'm big on straight lines. I don't want, the crooked lines on the streets in the middle where the seams go together. It better be straight. I mean, even though it'll function the same, but it's still, I want it looking good. If my name's gonna be on, I want it to look good. Not saying all of it's going to, but that's the goal. But with the new staff coming in, and we're trying to train them the right way, going overboard with it. I do have the companies that we buy our equipment from, that we're getting rollers in that she just mentioned, that we just got a 13-ton roller. We had a 1-ton roller in the past to go over a street. I mean, that's initially going to look good, but over a period of time, over 6 months, that asphalt's going to start rolling up when heavy trucks, heavy equipment, SUVs, things like that start driving over them repetitively. That asphalt kind of starts rolling up, they'll start cracking. So it's not going to last over a period of time. But where I was getting at on that, the companies that we're getting the equipment from, they're also coming out, because there's only one of me, and I've got a great superintendent in now that's worked for me in the past as well, so he knows what's expected, so he's helping train the guys as well. But still, when you're laying a street or laying a parking lot, there's only so many guys to be able to go around to the different areas to do the training. And so they are coming out also when we've gotten these machines, when we're putting them to use and helping work with the guys on just the functions of how they work and some of the specialties, because as time changes, technology's great. I mean, as long as everybody knows how to use it. So it doesn't do any good to have the technology on a roller if they don't know how to use it when they're on the roller. So having the company come out with their trainer, and that's all they do is work on this machine for a living, they can go over all the ins and outs with my guys on the machine, and we get the best bang for the buck and the best function while we're out there working. And it's good to do it when they're out there doing it and not where it's just sitting still at the shop, because a lot of people, including myself, when you do it, you remember it more. So that just happened yesterday or day before yesterday when we laid the parking lot. We got some of the trainers out, and they're going to come out again when we do the other side. So that is a big benefit to having some of those resources to be able to do that, and that'll reflect the roads that we do, because that's longer stretches and more function, to the road than just parking and backing out. So I mean, it's going to be a big benefit as we continue to grow and move forward on the street side. We ought to start seeing more improvements as we continue.
Talk about your, the technology. Some of you saw it at TML, for the streets, the pavement condition index, where we used to pay, $200,000, $100,000 for pavement condition index. Now it's a gadget that mounts on your cell phone on the vehicles. And so Lance's group has been using that so that we can project road repairs and what's going to need to be repaired and managed.
So the new software we got is called Edgital. And like Sylvia said, I think 2.5, 3 years ago, they had a company come in, and it was well over $100,000 to come in. And basically they take about a week and they drive all the streets, they monitor, all right, this street is good, this street is bad, this street is fair. They break it down in colors and put it up on a map, and then send the map to Sylvia or the Streets and Drainage Department. That's good, but the problem is that's not a living document. So if there's a fair condition road right now, 6 months from now, what's that fair condition road gonna look like? It could still be fair, but it's definitely not gonna get any better unless work's done to it. So it's over a period of time, it's gonna get worse. So with it not being a living document, a year from now, how accurate is that map that we spent over $100,000 for the company to come out and look on?
Yep.
So this software, this platform that we got, it was very inexpensive. It was like $8,500, and it's a living document. So I download the app to the phone, or a couple of other individuals in my department that I've given access to use it. Basically, we mount the phone on our truck vehicle that we're in, and once we record the document, the software takes pictures as you go. I mean, hundreds. It evaluates it. We go like no more than 3 to 5 miles, and then we stop, and then we start again. So that way the software, it's not just overwhelming when we're downloading it to the computer. But once we're done detouring, riding around, it shows a map. When you're driving, it shows where you're at. So that way you're not repetitively going over the same. If multiple people are doing it, shows what's been recorded. When we bring it back to the office, we upload the document. Within a 24-hour time frame, it updates and gives us what the rating is for the street. So we can pull it up, and it will show us in colors, all right, this street's green, this street's red, this street's orange because it's fair, but it gives you a legend and it breaks it down. What I like is Wilson Street, just for example, and that was on the list here. This was completed from where it's the stop sign of Farm Street that goes into the park. It bends around where the housing authority is right there, and it goes all the way to Cedar. So Wilson Street was completed, let's just say, a month and a half, 2 months ago. Beforehand, it was red. It was horrible. As soon as it got paved, I drove it with Edgel, came back, uploaded it. The next morning, I pulled the map up, it's green. So it went from red to green in a 24-hour period. So we can show y'all that also on a map, what's been done over the last 6 months. We can show you an old map, we can show you the new map, and you can compare, and it gives you more of a real life, data point to look off of. It also takes the personal side out of it.
Yeah.
So if the neighbor that lives on, Buttonwood, and there's a neighbor across town on, wherever, Goodyear, Spring, wherever the case may be, if I'm paving Sylvia's front street, then they can't say, well, why are you paving the mayor street, the manager street, whatever. It takes it off of me too, is no, I've got data that shows this street. You might still have a bad street, but we're going in order. And that's basically what 2027 projections were based off of, is the worst, to the best. Not all the worst streets are on here. We know we got a lot of streets that need work. But that is how the future projections are based due to the Edgel map. So, what questions we got on that?
I'm excited about the future of roads in downtown. It's the streets of the beach.
For the first time and ever.
Just if we can get to a point to where, traffic's going to impact the streets regardless, but if we just get to the point to where we don't have as many bumpy bump roads in Bastrop, because everyone feels that way, right? Like, what about my street? What about my street?
Right.
The mayor only got HA5 on his, so.
Well, and I will tell y'all one other thing that we're doing that wasn't put on here, but there's new technology out, and I say new, the past 5 to 7 years was developed, and it was primarily started up north. I hate what they call cold patch, which is what they used to use on potholes around the city of Bastrop. A lot of cities still use it. I hate it. The simple fact is because once you put it in, the first big rain you have, it's going to wash right out. So for one, in my opinion, it's a waste of money because you got labor, time, equipment, whatever you're doing, you're using to fill that. And then if it washes out in the next rain, you're going back and having to redo it again. They've got a new material out that's called Easy Street. It was developed for up north, and there's also another one. It's called a rock asphalt. But there's two products that are really, really good, and it was developed up north because it can be laid in any weather condition. Asphalt, when it's like we won't pave out of the paving machine usually in December or January because you got cold weather. Anytime it gets below, I don't like paving below 60 degrees. Technically, it's 45 degrees or colder. You shouldn't because the asphalt cools down, and when you roll it, it rolls up. It doesn't last. It doesn't compact. So that's why winter months, you don't see as many people out on highways paving, things like that. So 60 degrees or warmer, ideally for us to pave in-house is good. We can do 50. But rain, you can't pave in rain. So you got cold weather and rain. This patching material that we're starting to use now, Easy Street, it was developed up north because up north you got cold weather that hits sooner, and you got a lot of rain, a lot of snow, a lot of sleet, a lot of ice. This stuff can be rain. You can pour this stuff on top of a puddle of water, and it settles in it, and it tacks. So the part of the asphalt, if it doesn't tack, it doesn't stick to whatever's around it, whether it be more asphalt, whether it be rock base, whether it be concrete. This stuff has a 5 to 6 year lifespan on it. So once we lay it, once we fill a pothole and pack it in or roll it, 5 to 6 years. Whereas cold patch, you're lucky if it lasts through the next rainstorm. So if it lasts 6 months, we're good. So cold patch was being used in the past for permanent fixes.
Some of you guys, didn't one of you come back with a bag of that from TML?
No, so it's like you're saying it, like I didn't come from TML, but like that
They looked like
in their conversation.
about half the size of the mulch bag. They were giving them away.
So I didn't do it, but like I remember hearing about this product. And so it makes it a little bit more believable that.
Well, and I'll say this, it's more expensive than cold patch.
Yeah.
But if it lasts, I don't care if it lasts half of. And I've got people up north that I know that are in the business. I've called and did my due diligence on research. I had to get them to come out, 2 companies to come out and use it to show me, because I didn't believe it. I was like, oh, you're full of it. You know, it's working in water. You're pouring it in water. That's still. I've watched videos up north of guys laying it in the rain, and it holding up. Seeing pictures of it later and after the fact. So we've had some out in some pothole areas that we placed by our schools. I was comparing two different products, so I put them next to each other. Two big areas where potholes were by schools, where a lot of traffic was going back and forth on, because I wanted to see over time how this was going to hold up. Both of them did well. One of them was a little more expensive, so we went with the one that was better priced. I mean, that was the only reason. They were both great products. But where I'm going with that is, it is a little more expensive than cold patch, but it lasts. So if we get 3 to 4 years out of it, out of a pothole being filled, that's great. But also that's going to allow us to fix more potholes, and it lasts, because we're not having to go back and fix the ones that we've already repaired, you know, and then having to play the redo game.
I'm glad this happened, because you have crews, they spend all day cold patching, and that's like a waste of resources, a waste of time.
Yeah,
you can really get this done in 2 hours.
Right.
You're using the whole 8-hour day of windshield time, lollygagging, putting it out there, not really putting the product down like you need to. Why? Because you know they're gonna call you back up.
Sure.
Come do it again, and you don't have to do work in other places that we're really struggling and need those resources in. So
Exactly.
just eliminate. It saves money all the way around, even though we have to do it. Right?
So
We gag, but never lollygag. Can we just get 5 minutes?
Yes, please. So, all right, do I need to call for recess?
Yes.
All right, it is
10 minutes.
It is now 11:12. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Questions, Paul? How do we do it?
I got an answer, an email, a text message, and a direct message about this exact thing right here.
Can you pause it? I don't think you can.
I got it, and I got good answer.
Yeah, we can end it. Do you want to end it? We can do another half, the other one?
But I'm talking with about it.
Well, you know what, here,
That,
is there a way that I can,
well, I mean, it's totally understandable. I mean, like, you know, somebody put something on next door, you know, about it.
I'm trying to see if there's a
a
way I
text
can
message,
mute it,
Get me one for crickets.
but when I go on,
Yes.
while you looking at my Facebook, it's showing that they're still live streaming.
When we say we're gonna start back with that. So, it is now 10:25, we're resuming back to our meeting from our break. All right, we're back in. We're gonna do a working lunch. Right, so we're gonna work and eat, so we can get through this. Taylor's provided a great array of sandwiches, some chips, snacks, so feel free to get those while we're doing this. All right.
All right, so we left off on streets. You're still, we're gonna cover Blakey.
Okay, good.
We've been under design for Blakey for a little bit now, trying to resolve the situation with the businesses to the south, the 2 car washes and the boot company. We believe we've reached a situation that meets the requirements of all 3 of those businesses, specifically 2. We were able to design it in such a way that Scott Bryant's car wash isn't really affected. We're really only looking at the Boot Barn and Club Car Wash. And so we've been working with Jake, I like to call him Jake from State Farm, but it's Jake with the Goodman Corporation. And so he's given us 3 scenarios and an appendix on how each of those changes affect the grade of the intersection. I know Jessica is a hot button item, and so what the council is going to have to decide as a policy is, 1, the primary goal was east-west connection north of 71 and south of 71. And then a secondary goal was improvement of the grade of the intersection. You're going to have to weigh which is which and which is more important. East-west connection, obviously, we can make that happen. The improvement of the intersection somewhat relies on the Jessica opening, so you want to take it? Sorry, you were mixed up. Is this in your binder? Is this in their packet?
No,
Okay.
no, so this is option one. And I have the 3 maps, if we want to get the map, I have additionals over there. If you want to like see it live in person over there. This design for option one, it has a 15-mile-an-hour design curve speed here with this curve. We are going to have to get into some of the club car wash or navigate this turn really well to make sure that fire trucks can navigate, large trucks can navigate that turn without having to have a reduce the speed down to like 5 miles an hour to go through that curve. But we really will have to make sure we're acquiring enough right away and making sure we have enough through this. But this is option one. The roundabout creates a grade intersection. If we do a 3-way intersection, it's immediately an F. And we can talk more about that. It's like an F in the PM hours. It's an E in the morning hours when there's hardly any traffic, but mainly it's going to be an F. So the roundabout creates a. This is a different scenario. This is option 3. This is an all-way stop. Here with the development potentially having another drive that goes off this way and creating a 3-way stop here. This design has a 20-mile-an-hour curve here that's allowed a 25-foot radius for the fire code, and it has a controlled stop just kind of like this intersection, and then it's creating a hammerhead or a T intersection down here. We will have to acquire more right away here from the club car wash or from any of the additional ones. This gets into his drainage, some of the other areas. So this is a little more. There's more acquisition we have to do with this one.
And what intersection, what was the rating on the intersection for that one?
I believe that one is.
Let me go to the appendix.
I think that one goes to an DE. So you can see each scenario has a cost. Scenario 5, and they're all maps are all in this. Scenario 1 is the 67, and then scenario 5 they're kind of pretty similar. Scenario 4 is a little more, and then 2 and 3. 3 is the cheapest, but I think 3 was stopping short. So here's your scenario 1. This is the Blakey Reed connection to only all Austin Highway with a 3-leg roundabout.
Let me toggle back and forth between those 2 things. Where
That's 3. Yeah, there's 2, and this is 1. So this is option 1, and then the grade intersection grades. Jump back to here. So you can see the AM side, our grade is a B at Old Austin Highway Blakey, and then PM it's a C, and then at the frontage road it's an A and an A. So it moves quite a bit of cars and keeps the grade.
Can you go back to the picture?
Sure.
So one of the failure mechanisms here is going to be people at night going down this road, and you can get up to 80 miles an hour before you get down to there, if you're intentionally trying to be and jumping that curve at 80 miles an hour is going to be painful for everybody. Fire department, what's my question? Yeah, how are we protecting this outside turn from vehicles shooting in?
It's a raised,
Yeah, more than likely here along this edge here, we'll have to have a retaining wall.
Jersey wall or something.
Well, not just, it'll have to be a retaining wall because the the frontage road is higher than the grade of the street. So there's gonna be a significant grade difference between the frontage road top and the bottom.
And then do we need to consider like lighting, things that.
So it will have street lighting, but yes, we'll have to do like we had to do on 969, because 969, when you come down to 969, people used to just not see the stop sign and just shoot across the highway and they get caught by the barriers.
Mhm.
And you've seen TxDOT has like the triangles with all the lights and like really try to like
the little
road stop, the little bumps to say, hey, there's something ahead of you.
Yeah,
We may
yeah.
have to do something similar.
Okay, yeah, that's the thinking
Yeah, we may have to do something similar.
Just a question, why 80 miles an hour on that?
I get people being dumb.
I get that, but like, 80, like, oh, that's.
Safety.
I got a 600 horsepower electric motor, I can get up to 80, but I'm just contemplating someone doing something dumb, it's dark.
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and they end up, wherever they're gonna end up if they miss that turn. And that's the thing I was just
Be out there like Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, we will have to.
And even if it's a 15-mile-an-hour turn and they go in at 40 miles an hour, which is not deeply irresponsible, it's just they.
I'm sure with all, all safety measures will be put into place, just like with the looper. And then, even with them having the safety measures, we still run the risk of someone.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just trying to.
I'm with you, but my biggest thing is why he went to 80.
Well, and just a reminder,
Because I was contemplating how fast can I get my car in that distance, that's all.
just a reminder, this portion is all proposed commercial.
Yeah. So more than likely, they'll end up with some driveways, more driveways along here. And a connection between here and there across.
And is there a turn, would there be a turn lane?
Yeah, so that's what this is. You'll see, this is a single, no turn lane down open to a turn lane all the way down, and then a turn lane all the way down.
And so is that still showing Jessica connecting to that?
Okay, so on this map, yes, but this is, us gotta talk through it, right? So there's 3 options. We build this out, we have it ready, and we put barricades. And the barricades are there as they are today, right?
Right.
But it's built out. At any point, somebody could say, hey, go move those barricades, and we don't have to spend money, do anything. It's all part of the construction. Or y'all tell us, don't do anything, don't connect that, and we just need a direction from y'all.
So to that point, barricades aren't gonna work for the people in Riverside Grove, because in their mind, it's gonna be, someday, they're gonna open this up. Despite us not wanting to have it here.
So let's talk about it. So at the end of the day, again, this street was built to take any traffic on an east and west,
It was
because
planned.
there's no houses facing that.
Right,
It was
it's
meant
not.
for that. So,
As it's also meant further up in the neighborhood.
yeah, it's also, Charles is meant to be.
Oh, yeah, I know,
Charles is meant to be the same thing, and so down the road, when we get more here and we get more up there, you're gonna have to have those.
the biggest concern
connections,
everyone
connectivity.
has,
Now,
I think a lot of people are using just the fact that it's the neighborhood, which is reasonable, but you have people that have thoroughfares through there. It's the concern with the school, because there's so many kids who could potentially live in the neighborhood, they can walk across that street, and our playing is just, high traffic area for kids.
Those are the same kids who were crossing under the highway to get to the colony. We can do some sidewalk improvements
Sidewalk,
on that,
crosswalk.
on that road.
Lighting
But
crosswalks.
the bus traffic through there frees up bus traffic on Old Austin. It's part of the grade, and that's why. And staff is not married to any one of those. The council's gonna have to make a policy decision if you want east-west connectivity and a grade improvement, or if you guys are just happy with east-west connectivity.
Let me ask you something. Is it possible, because, most everyone is visual, right? And they need to see the examples. Is it possible that we can get some videos put together that shows the different routes with the traffic and how it would look with schools letting out?
So this one doesn't have a video, but if you go back to the I'll send you this.
We haven't been there.
We have I don't know if we put the videos though, but in this document, in there, it has the matrix and it shows you the different traffic patterns and what the expectation is based on human behavior and models, and it's all the way down. This is a 115-page document, so you got to dig through here, and it'll show you all the different models based on the scenario, and how many cars they believe. Like this one showed, like this says it's like the longest queue, but keep going. You got to go down like page.
So there's the next scenario, there's the next scenario.
So these up here are talking about, so we're looking at the intersection grades, it's based on delays and number of cars, how much is backing up, and that kind of stuff. So you're looking at these charts, and then when it gets further down, it talks more about, keep going, these scenarios, like, so he's got the same mapping, like there's one without, one with, like all the different scenarios. And then when it gets here, it talks about the concepts, and he has models that he's put in, and we'll get the video side of this. He's taking snapshots of the models, and the models show the cars and how their behavior works and what's going on, how many vehicles are expected. Like, he did all the modeling. And it doesn't really change anything based on if Jessica's open, not open. That's why we're saying we're not stuck to anything. We're just saying in the long run, it makes more sense to have another exit from the neighborhood, because currently right now you only have you only have two vans out, but they're technically on the same side. So fire-wise, another one on the other side to get out.
Right, because if something does happen in that neighborhood, it is going to be absolutely getting out of there with those two streets.
And as a resident leaving, you have to go all the way around when you're going to see the traffic going right in front of you to be able to go to Lowe's or go to the other side and go around. It's right there versus I have to go all the way through the intersection.
Oh yeah. That convenience will be there, especially as Burleson expands, Sendero expands, right? Two come out, hook a right,
so
and
all
go
of
skip all of that.
Yeah, so like here's your peak hours, number of vehicles, what the expectation is based on the model. It's all in here, and I can get you the videos, and we can show the different videos with Jessica open, with Jessica not open.
Yeah, if you can do that for me, please, I'd really appreciate it.
AM and PM, I would guess means people leaving their homes to go to work and then people coming home.
Correct. Yeah, the model kind of splits it in half, I believe. I don't remember what the time.
But does the model explicitly consider the presence of a student?
Yes, it looked at the school timing, and what time the school opens and closes, and
because there might be a difference between, 7 a.m. versus 8 a.m. versus 9 a.m. depending on when the school opens and when people are going to work.
Correct. And I think it even looked at like what's the summer going to look like versus when school's in school's in session. And like when school's in session is when we literally have like a 15-minute window of when it's crazy. And then the rest of the day, it's not crazy. And then at 3 p.m. or 3:30, 4 o'clock, I think that school's 4 o'clock, you have another window of 15 minutes of craziness.
I would like to see the images of the 15 minutes of craziness, because that's, people associate the quality of life in Bastrop with how much time they have to sit in the car to go places. Right?
Which is why like which is why the intersection grades are based on how long I got to sit there. And 16.9 seconds is not a lot, but
but that 15 minutes of craziness is filled with perception.
Correct.
Right, and so I'd like to form a perception.
Yeah, we're getting Jake to send us the videos. Plus, one of the, we had long conversations with the school about improvements that they can do on their site that would queue onto the site. Those are expensive improvements that really would be on our nickel, and I don't know how to make that a legal nickel.
And can you remind me what grade is like ages of grades?
Six through 8.
Okay.
And we have two of them.
Yeah.
Right.
On the other.
And but I know you say 15 minutes, but I'm gonna tell you it's longer than that. The impact. Well, it really
So the longer than that is yes, and you got parent, and the school will tell you, they have parents that show up, if the school gets out at 4 o'clock, they show up at 2 o'clock. And they sit there and they will sit and blog up traffic and they will be there in the roundabout, all the way
Or
around.
in the Dollar General
Dollar
parking
General,
lot, or the car
Dollar
wash
General, the
parking
car
lot.
wash parking lot. The boot barn, who gets
the health
filled up.
Center, Long South Circular Care, they're all over there. They're on the side of Astor, like they really stack up over there because everyone's trying to get the upper hand or the advantage to not have to deal with the traffic when it does let out and get out. But it is stacked up.
Right, so there might be
But it's not stacked up for long periods of time, and that's the other conversation we need to have about how much of an expense are we going to do to solve a 30-minute issue in a day?
Right. So, the only time it's not a problem, traffic-wise, is when school's not letting out or in the summertime. But August through May, you're gonna have traffic impact twice a day. I know if I'm going to City Hall, I definitely need to leave at a certain time or before the school lets out. Otherwise, it adds so much more time to my drive.
how much more time?
See, I live there, I didn't experience it.
Depends on which route. Like, so if I try to go through where the police department, that street, and then I'll come out right there.
Any route,
But like the same route, it adds 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay, so double.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And and even now, without it being like that, or maybe a somewhat busy day, but not with having school involved, I used to be able to get to City Hall within 5 minutes of a meeting, right? But now it still takes me like 7 minutes. And so with this, it's gonna take probably 10, just because you have to deal with so much traffic. Going on.
Should go 80.
Yeah, if you want to
Yeah,
get there.
if I go, that's why I'm like,
So option 2 only brings it to like a E? Or, like, are we using
No,
grades
so-
for option 2?
The option 2 and the grades are a different map than these curve maps. So these maps are the options are curved. This is the different types of curves. So like this one is like a narrower, less speed limit curve, and then that option is a more, this one is 15 miles an hour, this one's 20. I think that one's 20 with a different, with a three-way intersection.
But these are all different gradings.
Yes, they each have their own grade.
Like, of these 3, who is the worst?
Of these,
What about desirable for us?
no, this one.
Oh, 3 is.
3 is, yes.
Andreas, on that
Yes.
green circle, all 3 are the same, right? I
Yes.
use 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Can you explain that green circle to me?
3 is a stop sign.
Well, 3.
Oh, the roundabout, yes, my bad.
Roundabout
Pull
is
that up, just so I can see that.
the
Yeah, I just want to see the arrows, how they're. There it is.
So if you're coming from Old Austin Highway, you're gonna come down and you will yield, and you have the option to either go straight,
Yeah, right, okay,
you have the option to go
yeah.
to the highway, or you have the option to stay on and go back.
Where you came from, okay.
Same with if I'm coming on the frontage road
Right.
and I wanna come in, I have the option to go and go to Blakey. I have the option to stay on Old Austin Highway,
Got it.
or I have the option to.
Sorry, okay.
Same with these guys, if I'm coming here, I yield, I go keep going Old Austin Highway, I can turn around, or I can get on City.
Right, okay, easy enough.
The other thing that does is it reduces those 2 driveways, so that folks aren't coming across, 3 lanes of traffic to get on. No matter what, TxDOT is tuning the linear there.
Yeah, this will have, they call them turtle humps, but this is gonna be a protected right lane that you come out.
Cool.
That'll be turtle humps. And the reason why we have to do this is because we don't want stacking or queuing here. We want this to be free flowing, so that you don't get into, this is always open and available for people to come.
So that's an additional line.
This is, it is an additional, or it could be, we haven't determined that yet with TxDOT. It may be an additional lane, or it may be taking the right lane and protecting it. Having a protected lane, turn lane here, and a protected turn lane here.
Because right now it's drawn as the existing right lane being protected.
Yes, and they may ask us to move over into the right of way here, and we still have to work that out with TxDOT.
Is that like leaving, Chewy's then?
Yes, with the protected right lane, yes, yes, exactly.
Which I think is crazy dangerous at night, because
Oh, yeah. So the question is, basically, are we, as far as Jessica goes,
I just need to know if you want it open, if you want it attached, you want it open and attached, you want it not attached at all, or you want it attached and very.
so what people will say, if it's the last option, just like the settlement people say, is, well, yeah, they're just scared to death and you take those barricades down.
Right.
One day they're gonna come down, and that would be what the people there would say too. Because once if you do it, you know they're gonna say the intent is to open that up.
there's also parents in there that can use that connection to take their kids to the elementary school that's on the other side.
Right.
Going to Colony Oaks, coming
So-
from Colony Oaks, going to the Lowe's, going to.
Yeah, so I know. So one of my question is, if we do look at the option of opening up Jessica, right? What can we do to slow down or minimize traffic or make it where that's not an option? Because, you know, in reality, people see an open street when it's a jam, they're gonna go take it, right? And and when they go to take it, they're not taking it to go the same speed they were going. They're gonna increase speed because they're trying to hurry up and get through there. And I know that's the biggest, you know, that adds to the concern, is just being the cut through.
Yeah, so our budget is not necessarily set. We're still in like design phases. So we could add into the budget for Blakey to do enhancements along Jessica, such as the crosswalk, lighted crosswalk, elevated crosswalk with the lighted. We could put in, humps if we want to. The fire department hates those, but we could put in humps.
Andres has been telling me that since I got here. They're not allowed.
Let me tell you what, fire code tells you no, but we have a variance in there for a
Fire
while.
code has local amendments.
It does, but the reason why we don't like them is it does delay the response for a fire truck, because we have to, you're thinking, fire truck has a plastic tank inside, and when you hit bumps.
Oh yeah, that water makes everything.
It makes
shift and
everything
move.
shift and
Yeah.
move, and it cracks tanks, and it puts a lot of wear and tear on the truck, so that's why we hate it. But, they are a safety thing, and we will definitely go and say, okay, we'll put them in there. So
You can go down Schaefer.
those are some, we can make improvements along here
Yeah.
to help
So,
alleviate some of that.
widen the sidewalk, number one. Do the,
Crosswalk.
the crosswalks, but I like the ones that aren't the hump, they're more the table.
Tables.
Yeah.
Like some of the improvement, like you see them in Austin, where you're going, like you're leaving like Moody Center, and you're going out, and you see the tabletop humps where you gotta slow down, and they have the crosswalks, and like we can do that kind of stuff through there to make sure the kids are protected and that kind of stuff. That can be a part of this project.
Right. Yeah, no. So, because, the reality of it is, to your point, and I think we agree that it alleviates a lot of traffic that's gonna go on the old Austin Highway. It allows for the convenience to go over to Ferguson, to go over to Sendero.
Which infers that intersection because the Riverside Road people.
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
Everyone in Riverside Grove can use that to go over there, right? We're gonna have the expansion in Ferguson. We're gonna have whatever might happen at Sendero, right? Like, so, there's the good and the bad. The biggest concern is making that street as safe as possible for the people who are there, for the kids that are going to middle school over there. because there is no sidewalk.
Yeah.
Right? Up against the houses, it's not. So even the kids that go to Riverside,
Just the one little sidewalk to the mailbox.
yeah, that's it. So just the kids, so even the kids that go to Riverside, they have to walk
Walk on the street.
on the street just to get to the other middle school. So providing those safety aspects, right?
There's, you know, that's already unsafe, because there's a lot of,
Right.
there's a decent amount of traffic on Jessica anyway.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Right, because they, yeah, they make the left and just, it's easier to get to the back.
Right, so let's get them off that street.
Right, so yeah, they like protect the kids walking that street.
Let me pull up a map, I wanna, because I don't think it's just the sidewalk at Jessica, like, there's some, because I remember when I lived there, there's sidewalks missing everywhere.
That neighborhood,
Yeah, it is.
that neighborhood along that sidewalks on one side.
On one side.
And I believe it's all on the east side.
So, I live on Justice, like,
You're on the
Rebecca,
south side.
I'm on Rebecca, but like, the sidewalks are on the south side, right?
Yeah, they're
On every one of those streets, the sidewalks are on the south side.
the east side, this side? They're on, yeah, that
And
side.
then those are,
It's
yeah,
where
they're
the
on the,
sidewalk stops.
Yeah, so they're on the east and the south.
yeah, and there's nothing here, and then like, when school is letting out, you have people who are parking here, who are parking here, and it makes it difficult for the buses to come through. It's a real bad traffic situation, even though people are going fast, it's just a bad traffic situation.
Well, I think,
Again, like I say, like-
that connectivity right there to that sidewalk right there on Shaper.
Mm-hmm,
Like taking this one and going, keeping it going straight across.
Yeah.
yep.
Well,
Because they
this
lose
one-
everything coming, when they come from
This one on
Riverside over
Shaper
here.
is a house.
Yeah, so they, like, it's already, a lot of the kids, they take that and then they lose the sidewalk because they don't have.
What was always interesting to me is here's the mailboxes and the sidewalk stops.
Yeah.
So the only way I can see any of that with Jessica being involved is to really give the people in that neighborhood the real information, not the next door information. The real information, but the pictures, as you say, because the picture's gonna be worth a dozen words.
Yes.
But also, we need to show the improvements on Jessica with the sidewalks.
The safety improvements.
So then, okay, so what we'll do, we'll get Jake to do these, and we'll, actually, first, we're gonna get him to tell us what, if we want safety improvements, what does he recommend, where does he recommend them at along Jessica? And then we'll get him to put an exhibit together, and then we'll also get him to get us the videos. And we'll also get all that, we'll get all that together, and we'll have something at the council.
Yeah, or the town hall, or just something, just so that people can get the real information.
But again, and I think Sylvia already said it, we're not stuck on it. We're just saying, like, I
You know, it needs to happen.
think yes, I think it needs to happen, but at the end of the day, y'all are the policymakers.
And I
Y'all
don't know
tell
if it needs
us
to happen right now.
yes or no, and we will go forth and do. So.
Yeah.
And we're in the design phase, so while I'm designing the rest of it, I need to know, especially now that I'm good, we're good with this side. We'll just put everything else in there and we'll get it working on it.
Cool.
We'll bring it back to you.
All right,
All right.
Off on the next.
Main Street.
Please, my turn.
So I'm gonna just keep the camera like that, I think there would be.
Get more out of it there, but.
And looking at us, when we're not at the table. Like, what are they really doing back there? What do you see? That's your boy.
We know there's doing something back there. Sweet, okay. So I quickly threw, because I use Teams as my like project planner, but I wanted to, this is easier for y'all to see. So I kind of threw everything at a glance of what we're all working on. First and foremost, I wanted to let everyone in the room know that Marco Oliveras has been officially promoted to Main Street Manager. Awesome. So very excited. There's going to be a solid year transition for that role. A lot to learn under Main Street. So Marco's out on paternity leave right now, but as soon as he comes back, we will be diving into accreditation stuff, Main Street 101 stuff, a whole bunch of stuff. And I'll be slowly passing some projects to him, but still, of course, working together on a lot of stuff. So, that being said, the first biggest item, and I don't really have a ton of updates on it, is the parking garage, of course. So, of course, working through locations and figuring out what's going to work the best. But obviously, we're working on that. Alley C, electrical improvements, so this is the alleyway behind Opera House, Rec Center, all of that. So I'm working with BPNL on that. Right now, we're acquiring easements for that, and then we'll move forward with ordering materials. We're hoping for December, but that's a very early hope. Yes, yeah, we're trying, we're chipping away at it. So hopefully that comes forward soon. In addition, a new thing kind of hit the, well, new but old problem, but Alley B, so this is more the neighbors alleyway. We did an on-site meeting with Development Services and Fire and BPNL. Neighbors has expressed that they need some updated power down there, mostly for the yard as they start to make improvements to the stage and stuff like that. And they've been kind of doing some creative electrical connections. So we're working with them right now to like map everything out down there and figure out where everything's at currently, to then clean up everything and then figure out if there are additional power needs down there. We'll do on that. But in extension, I've been given the green light to kind of pursue an actual master plan for that alleyway. I know there's been some conversations about parking flow and grease traps and then just pedestrian friendly access. I know when we have events on Main Street, there is a little bit of a disconnect back there, so we want to just make sure it's really pedestrian flowing. So I'm currently, these are just the first 4 that I've kind of pursued conversations with regarding kind of an area-wide master plan for down there. So I'm moving that forward. I'm working with GIS. This has been a kind of continuation, but field mapping all of our assets in downtown, so I actually know where everything's at. As it relates to the banners, I had to map out where all of our poles are and how many I have. So that's all moving forward and continuing. Beautification efforts. This has been kind of an ongoing thing for the design committee. We have new downtown banners coming online. We have new Chestnut banners going up. We have new bridge banners. The bridge banners will be metal, so they'll be very weather sturdy. I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah, there you go. So they won't fly off anymore. Hopefully they'll be way stronger. And then we also have, thanks to Salu's direction and Cynthia, we're doing a veterans banner program that is live right now. So those will be up for mid-October through mid-November.
Can you go back to metal?
Yes.
Like aluminum or?
Yes, I think. I should know that.
Alloy.
Okay, the specific makeup of the metal.
Or is it?
Yeah. It is.
No.
Well, we don't want any issues about that.
Is it fit, like, is it rigid, is it?
It's sturdy, it's solid.
Okay.
It's solid and there's cutouts.
And then we get cutouts.
Yes, they are.
So they're not talking painted then?
So they will be colored, but they are a metal, I'm drawing a blank on the company that's doing it, but they're a metal cutout.
I think they're aluminum.
I think it's aluminum too. But
I was
yeah.
thinking of a light metal, so cutouts.
Yes.
And colored sign, but not like a picture painted on it.
No,
Okay.
nope.
And then what, not specifically, what is each one going to say, but what are they going to say in bold?
Yes, I can drop that to Sylvia.
No,
Okay, so they're going to be kind of a bearing. There's essentially 6 different designs, kind of like like one has like a kayak, right?
Okay.
And then one says like, welcome to Bastrop, on the side.
Okay,
So,
good,
and
thank you.
like the
Yeah.
welcome is cut out so the air flows through, but then the rest is
Right
solid.
there.
Yes, yep,
Okay.
yep. And it'll be on both sides.
Oh, so will it be more like this, where
Yes.
it's largely empty space?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
Okay.
Air to flow through.
Yes.
Well, when you have an air can flow through and it be largely metal and
Yeah,
still have
no,
sparkles in it.
yep.
This is
Mostly cut out.
wrinkles.
Mhm.
Got it.
Not Huskies though.
Yeah,
Well, I was to say bears, they're eagles, right?
in addition, we are also currently
Yeah.
working in the design phase. We're going to redo all the parking lots and have like very prominent P parking, like directional and colored. That will use the metal ones on the edges as well. So working through all of that. And then the next kind of phase, now that we've got our new branding, is going to be stepping into wayfinding and updating all of our wayfinding. So that's to come. Any more questions about the banners?
Yeah, when you talked about the alley behind the neighbors,
Mhm.
the museum, and Lance's report, it had the stairs at the museum, so
Yes.
that really ties in.
All of that. Mhm. Yep.
And just, throw it out there, what are we doing as far as looking to expand things on North Main? I think it's a lot of wasted resources and space.
A lumber yard and then that way.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot on South Main, and then kind of, things kind of stop right when
I
you
think
get-
slowly we're inching towards that, right? So we now have Good Old Habit, the new vintage clothing store, 1021 Main. There is a new tenant coming in, 1021 Tough Cookie location. Hopefully with the electrical improvements coming in behind here, the Bluebonnet Health Building that's been sitting vacant for a while, there is a tenant that purchased that building and they're ready to move forward, but they've been hung out for kitchen, they can't figure out their kitchen layout and all of that. So I think these electrical improvements, so I think slowly we're starting to fill in that block, which will naturally start to drive more traffic down that way. Lumberyard building is starting to get more involved in activating and using that space. We're using it more to let people know that it's here. That grassy property directly behind to the north of the lumberyard, that's privately owned, but we've been in conversations with the property owner to activate that space a little bit more. He owns that whole strip back to Water Street. So we've had some really fun creative ideas, but nothing's come to fruition. But we really want that to be a anchor spot. So
Do we know what the post office plans to do?
stay there until the end of time. As of right now, I have not heard any updates regarding moving from annex. I do think through the grapevine, I think that property just changed ownership, but it's still the post office.
There's not a lawn, a dining
No.
room.
No, I think it changed ownership.
Yeah, and I'm just asking because, I mean, if we're, as we continue to make these improvements downtown and,
There's a parking garage in that location.
so that's what I'm
We're
getting
looking
at, boss
at it,
lady.
we're looking at it in the future.
That's what I'm getting at, boss lady, right? It's like, we can have some stuff down there and fully utilize
Well,
Main Street.
your example about Fredericksburg, about here, one, very similar in terms of demographic, revenue, et cetera. The difference is the Main Street here is longer and wider, and it spiders out.
That's parking.
We used to have a wide Main Street, Sylvia, before you got here.
Oh, see.
Well,
But what I'm saying is there's some lost opportunity on Spring, there's some lost opportunity on Pine, there's some lost opportunity on some of the other streets. Yeah, and so, when we began to talk about the parking garage location at the existing site across the courthouse, the thought about that was creating that square to begin some of those outward reach. But yeah, that's still leaving North Main out.
Like, and we should maximize our,
And
if we're gonna have it, use it.
That has been hindered by electrical. And we have that full electrical estimate at about $700,000. And so I'm gonna approach the BEDC with half and BPNL with half. BPNL has more than enough reserve to handle the project. And it's fully designed, we just now need the easement, areas, and so.
I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes you gotta spend some money to make some money. So.
Well, and that's the whole reason it would even be a qualified project for, BEDC, because of the sales tax generation, with those buildings being stagnant right now, it's not.
Right.
But the parking garage in that location also transitions that alley into more of a pedestrian alley. Well, and it makes, and I think that's important for both of our alleys, because it gives those businesses a two-sided front where they're very deep. You can actually have two businesses, one front facing Main and the other facing the alley. And you almost double the revenue that you're able to create in a particular business. It's sort of a no-brainer. We need to make those improvements. That's why she's had the money in the budget for a Main Street master plan. I want her to focus on the alleys specifically because they are, one, they're dangerous. I hate to walk through there after an event where folks have been drinking and it's dark and I'm kind of walking by the dumpster and I'm hoping I don't get hit by the dumpster, not found by the dumpster, because they're going to find the smell for a while. They think it's just the dumpster. So yeah, safety more than anything down there. And then you guys saw the trash receptacles that I really want to move forward in terms of beautification too, so.
We tell you brought up that grassy area.
Yes.
Go, south, where it used to be a lot through the liquor store there, but now the little habit is there.
Yep.
I know I've been asking this on the broken record, but is there anything planned that we can do to get those orange cones out and use that space?
So yes, I talked to the current tenants about that, and they have plans. So previously, the current tenants that are in there, they used to do markets in a lot of places, and this is like higher end vintage. And so they want to start, because that strip of property is part of their lease, so they can activate that space. They asked me the other day about bringing in like metal planters boxes back there, and then still letting it be pedestrian walk through, but at least beautifying that.
That would just make a difference.
Yeah. Between that and the bollards are there, we've been going back and forth, because the city put those bollards there at some point, but no one has the keys to those bollards. And so it's a whole thing. So, but we've talked about, more like, sturdy planters that are solid, but making it look more, yeah. And then they're looking at doing kind of a market pop-up kind of in that strip of area as well. And we've talked about kind of shade sales in there and lighting and stuff like that. So I think the current tenants are really wanting to start activating that space. Okay, any other questions on what we've touched so far? Okay, back to it. Common consumption area. So this has been kind of on my to-do list for a while, but we want to essentially designate downtown as a common consumption area. So I've been doing a little bit of the research on what is the steps that I need to take to get that moving forward. Essentially, right now, working on establishing a map or the boundaries, if you will. Really, you want this to be the most like foot traffic walking area. You don't want it to be too big because you want to still be able to monitor it. So I really think it's our main core of downtown Main Street. So
Common consumption.
You get no objection from me on that.
Common consumption area allows for like to-go beer, wine, or liquor out and about. So like I could walk into Old Town, grab myself a beer, and walk out into downtown.
Yeah, so it's like a permanent crawl.
Yes.
I get that, but, so we don't have that, or we have that only sometimes?
We only have it sometimes when I bring
sometimes be.
alcohol variants.
You get it.
Yes.
For the events.
Yes.
No, that makes sense. I had never known that I had voted on that. So
Yes.
that's why I was wondering.
Yeah. It's under city management approval right now. So when we have an event, or when or anybody that has an event, there's a section on there that says alcohol variants, just like we have noise variants or whatever. And then we submit a memo to Sylvia saying alcohol variants for this event during this time in this area. And then she approves, and then that allows the to-go drinks. So this would take that need for that out, and it would just designate a certain boundary as a common consumption area. So then, and we can determine, y'all can determine what that is. Is it beer and wine only? Is it beer, wine, and liquor? Does it have to be in a certain cup, like we've done historically with the music festival? It was in a green cup, but you can allow glass. You can. It's up to us on what we do. I also recommend like an hours situation, so it's not like 24/7 allowed. So basically what happens is we come up with that map and we kind of approve that map, and then inquire to TABC first to say, hey, what do you think about this boundaries? And they'll kind of give us a tentative direction on too big, too small, thoughts, suggestions, whatever. And then once we get kind of a good light, a green light-ish from them, we come back to y'all to actually establish the ordinance that allows it, which adopts the boundaries and hours and all of that, the management of it. And then we officially apply to TABC to adopt that in.
How would that work at the North Main segment where the churches are there? Isn't there there's a distance requirement, right?
So.
No, only for the permanent.
For the permanent?
Yeah, yes.
And those always get, they always approve a variance for it, like it's within the, it's within the.
300 feet.
It doesn't say you can't have it, you just have to have, special permission.
Well, usually the church writes a letter that says they have no objection, and then that gets followed with it that says, and then TV says, since they already have no objection, we're gonna allow it.
But, so, just so I'm understanding, we're thinking like farm to beyond Pine to maybe
Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So last night, when we were down on Main Street in Fredericksburg, it was the weirdest thing. Everybody was leaving, and my drink came to me, and I'm like, well, can I just take this with me? And the man looked at me like, sure, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And then I walk out with it on the street, and I'm like, I actually have an alcoholic beverage.
Well, and you'll go to the stores, like, well, and you go to like even the boutiques here in town, like in Fredericksburg, you'll walk in and they'll have a cooler set up, because technically they can give it away, right? And there'll be beers and stuff. So a lot of the, my husband loves it because he comes shopping with me and he's sitting up front having a beer while I'm shopping. Yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. So there has been, Fredericksburg has a really good one. New Braunfels, I believe, has one that's been established. So there's a handful of Texas
No, I
states that
think
have
this is
this.
fantastic, like, but I think we're a well-respected enough community downtown where we don't have to worry about all the riffraff, and it just gives a little bit of enhancement.
You see the stats.
I think it's, we're not having.
I think as long as we have a healthy mix,
Right, a healthy mix.
if we completely begin to turn like Sixth Street or
Yeah,
Rainy
no,
Street,
absolutely
then-
Yeah.
But for the, tourism perspective and.
Yeah. And we would have like
having
clearly
that ice
marked,
cream.
yeah. We'd have clearly marked areas that show like, hey, you're entering the common consumption area, no alcohol beyond this point. Like there'll be signage. The businesses that do have TABC, they'll have like stickers in their windows that say that they're part of this downtown district. So yeah, that's also moving forward pretty quickly. I've got all of our kind of upcoming events, if you will. We got Viva Bastrop, which is a new addition this year, September 18th. That's celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. That'll be all on the north side of Maine, 6 to 10 that evening. We've got a whole slew of things going on for that one. The bridge ribbon cutting, we haven't set a specific date yet, just because that date's kind of moved around a little bit, but tentatively planning for mid-October. And right now, nothing's set in stone yet, but right now between us and engineering, we're talking about kind of a ribbon cutting on the bridge, of course, and having that whole thing. I'm working with Texas Historical Commission for plaques and stuff like that, but the idea is we do that whole ribbon cutting on the bridge, and then with the concept of it being kind of a late afternoon, evening, and making our way down the fresh stairs down to maybe neighbors, and having neighbors kind of host us for a lighting ceremony for the bridge lights to turn on. So we're still working through what that looks like, but stay tuned for that. Boo Bash this year, historically, we always do it on Halloween. Halloween is a Saturday this year, so the special events committee has kind of been conversating about expanding that and making it a little bit of a longer event with it being on Saturday. So we're talking about 4 to 7 for this year, since it is a Saturday, and incorporating kind of some more activities, if you will, pumpkin patch kind of thing, hay rides, I don't know. More than just chaos for 2 hours, It's a lot, and it's only 2 hours.
This year's gonna be super jam-packed.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone's gonna have a Halloween party.
That's a reminder to staff, nobody gets off that week.
Yeah, yes. Because, to keep the fun going, Day of the Dead is the next day. So Michelle's taking on, Day of the Dead, cultural arts, and we're talking about, we'll have our community altar set up, and then we'll do a remembrance walk. We'll kind of walk through all the participating businesses that have their own altars set up.
Where's the altar going to be set up?
That's what we're trying to determine currently. We're looking at a couple different options. We were talking to the museum, but the museum's going to have actually like kind of an actual Day of the Dead exhibit that talks about the history of what Day of the Dead is. So they'll kind of have their own setup. So we're looking at other locations. We were talking about Lumberyard. So thinking about that as our community like altar, and then they'll do the stroll through downtown, and back to the Lumberyard. So we haven't confirmed that yet, but that's kind of where we're leaning right now.
Fort Worth, they had theirs outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
And
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful. But, outdoor locations near the lumberyard is the empty yard to the left. And then there's the kind of the empty building paved spot to the right.
Yeah.
And either of those could potentially, as just a.
Yeah, we can definitely ask about it. I know last year it rained on us.
Not the same owner, so.
That's true. It did rain on us last year, but it really wasn't too bad, and people had umbrellas, and it was fine. But something to think about.
Well, but that outdoor thing, independently of the activity that takes place on the day of was a, not a permanent exhibit, but, a seasonal exhibit.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had all the, I know, of course, the streets are closed for Halloween. Are they gonna be closed also for Day of the Dead?
No,
Okay.
no street closure for Day of the Dead. Our Remembrance Walk will be along the sidewalk. Okay, bridge dinner. So this is kind of a new concept to throw at you guys. This is kind of a combination of, and this isn't the name yet, but kind of taking community unity from last year of coming together as a community and having Thanksgiving dinner together, meets kind of the concept of table on Main, but on the bridge. So the idea is that we've got tables along the bridge, community is invited to come have a meal. That meal is going to be put together by our local businesses. So we've got 2 restaurateurs kind of leading the front right now. So the idea would be that Gracie's is providing the mashed potatoes and South End is providing the turkeys. And it's really a true restaurants all coming together.
And we're paying them, right?
So we are going after sponsorships. This is where the banks come in.
Oh, that's here, guys, and this is where I have massive heartburn, Kayla, love the idea, but it's a lot to ask the restaurants to put that much together for 1,000, 2,000 people.
So we're limiting it to 500 people, and I talked to the restaurateurs about it, and they feel they're gonna do it buffet style. It's not gonna be a served, plated.
No.
Buffet style, and we're gonna do 4 blocks of sign up. So it's not all 500 all at one time. It's essentially 125 for each block. So that way it's time to reset, refresh, and go that way.
I'd like for us to talk about payments,
Okay.
and whether it's a flat payment of some.
Oh, yeah, no, and there's gonna be payment and food covered.
Yeah.
So the conversations that I've had with some of the banks that all participated last year have been very excited about the opportunity. Last year, we didn't really ask them for financial contributions. This year, I've said, in the event that we want to move with this event, the 3 or 4 banks that I've already talked to at this point in time have said that they'd cover those costs.
Okay.
Because this would be truly they'd cover like the ingredients, the time. We want to bring in like
I feel better about that.
Yeah,
I hate
yeah.
asking
No, it was not.
40 turkeys.
No.
Or,
No, none of that was like in kind to
Okay.
ask. Yeah.
And free to the community, right?
Yes, but it would be like sign up for time, so it would be.
Appreciate that, because the table in Maine was so exclusive for a $200 ticket or whatever. It was just like, I felt very badly, honestly, sitting on Main Street, eating when there are people outside over here standing back that couldn't afford the ticket, and it's just like, look at us up here, it's just like, that's totally what we're not supposed to be about. So I love that idea. So, yeah.
Okay, I have a logistics question.
Yep.
Kevin, you might be involved in this question as well, as a subject matter expert.
I contemplate, like table on Main, you've got the table set up and the business owners are walking out of their businesses, holding something that they prepared in their kitchen that was tens of feet away.
Yep.
The bridge is further away.
Yep, so we have a plan for that.
Okay.
And that's, again, I've been meeting with Sonia from Storehouse, Rhonda, with Piney and Old Town. So the idea that we currently have is that on the, east side of the bridge, big area over there, we essentially are looking at bringing in a tent, like a big tent kind of thing, and doing like a prep kitchen there. So all the prepped pans of mashed potatoes would come there, be placed in warming stations, and then that's kind of your like, I don't know.
Do we have the electricity for that?
We're working through those logistics to figure out what even is needed. Like, I don't know the details on like what's a warming thing, you know what I mean? Like, so we're working through what.
1,200 watts.
See, I don't know that, but
Subject matter.
yes. So those restaurant, Sonia's kind of put together a budget for me of like what's the cost for ingredients, and then what would that prep kitchen look like, so I can build out the needs. So then that way I can go to all the banks with an actual hard sponsorship ask.
Rather than want to get into the middle of this, I just wanted to know that you were thinking about it.
Yes.
And you said yes to that.
Yes, I have. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
So this question is, are we still doing a community unity though?
So the hope is that it transitions to this. This is our community unity. We're now taking it out of the convention center, and this is community unity.
Well, you know, the reason for the community unity was for the Christmas and holiday theme to happen.
So this is going to be that. Like, we're gonna have elements of the Christmas vibes. I've talked about what our theme is. Last year was like, Polar Express was kind of the theme last year. We've talked about a gingerbread concept for this year, so there's still gonna be kind of activities and programming related to things in that Christmas
It
vibe.
also dwindles down the number from what we had last year, right? We were aiming to feed 1,000, we didn't get there, but we came pretty close, and so this takes that number down even more.
So realistically, based on what we had food-wise left over, and then everyone that came in that door was handed a raffle ticket, so we could take actual account. We had about 600 attendees come. We had 1,000 registered, but only about 600 came through the door. So we felt 500 would be kind of a safe and doable number. And the hope is if it does really well, then we'll continue to grow it.
Okay.
But we can continue flushing through this. Like I said, this is very kind of early on ideas, but
Once you start, the logistics is gonna be hard the first year. So if we can get 500 or 600 done the first year, then we'll figure out a way, if it needs to get bigger, then to make it bigger. But, just like we did with the Taylor thing.
What is the option for, with weather-wise?
so the backup would be convention center. So we would have a plan B, but we haven't been able to determine specific date yet. But we would coordinate with convention center as well in there to figure out backup weather plan.
Okay.
What I missed? What y'all think? Still talking about.
We just
British
changed
Air.
everything.
Okay. Anything else, question wise? Like I said, we're still working on it, so.
I get asked all the time about Bastrop Music Festival. Is that like?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting
Oh,
there.
it's not, okay. It's not-
We're just not scrolled down far enough yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay, so basically, other items is Veterans Day Car Show, of course, 13th and 14th, and then we enter all of Lost Pines Christmas. Y'all know most of the details on those. Mardi Gras is set for January 22nd and 23rd. I do want to clarify to the room that our Mardi Gras will move around every year. Mardi Gras itself moves around every year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
we was in
already
that
been on
decision
this
maker.
conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a good thing.
Yeah,
That's a
no,
good thing.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, so Mardi Gras is set based on when Easter falls, and you count back X amount of days to Fat Tuesday, and then that relates to King's Day and all of the days. Yes, so our Mardi Gras, for now, as we're still building and growing, our Mardi Gras will fall the weekend before the official Mardi Gras festivals happen. So when New Orleans is doing their Mardi Gras festival, ours will fall the weekend right before it, which then sets us up for being able to acquire a lot of bands that are using us kind of as a practice run for the big stuff, or a lot of vendors that come to us and then make their way down to the bigger ones in Louisiana.
And the parish can come down too.
In the parish as well, yep, because they've got theirs going on the following weekend, so it kind of sets up well. So just putting that on there. One other change for this year, because of the date change, the convention center was previously booked, and it's a long-standing commitment with a really strong partner that we had the idea of, we've heard some feedback about the ball in previous years, and we want to, make it better and bigger and things like that. And there is already the senior center does a king and queen ball that's continued to grow every year. So we tweaked our ball, if you will, the Friday night before. Instead of having a ball at the convention center, we're proposing a masquerade on Main. So the idea would be that we kind of block off North Main, kind of in the lumberyard, that section, and we have a masquerade on Main. So it'd be taking the ball basically outdoors. Now, this one will be weather contingent, so in the event that weather, but we do want to bring in like heaters and things like that, so it is like, because the idea is that you flow in and out. We like to use the lumberyard, but that it's in and outdoors.
With a band.
Yes, with live music, all of that, yeah. So stay tuned on that one. Music festival. So yes, we have questions on the music festival. So we have a committee that meets on the second Tuesday of every month. So that's an open call for anyone that wants to come participate in that. We've got venues on that. We've got a couple council members that come to that, and we've got some staff and just other kind of players involved. We have tentative dates right now of March 11th through the 14th. So that's where we're aiming right now. The committee has been conversating of what we like and what we don't like from previous music festivals, and what we want to see, what we don't want to see, and then working through the logistics of how much is going to be planned internally and then how much is going to be kind of sourced out. I unfortunately don't know that many cool bands, so we're leaning towards leaving that to bringing in someone that can kind of bring in those bands. But we've talked about what the ratio will be. This has been a big topic of conversation about the ratio of local performers to kind of some bigger names. We really, to make this a tourism event, we've got to bring in a handful of bigger names, or at least one that can draw in a crowd. So that is a big topic of conversation. We are additionally looking at having an actual Main Street stage. So there would be a big stage brought in, and that's where our big headliner is going to be performing. There's conversations as well about activating Fisherman's Park. So we've got to work through the details of how that works and how we kind of have stuff downtown during the day, because the venues do see a positive impact from this. So we still want that component of it, the Main Street stage, but then also Fisherman's Park as well. So right now the kind of game plan is that every day is a different type of genre for the headlining performers. So like for example, like Tejano on Friday night, country on Saturday, and then like a jazz or gospel on Sunday or something. So we're working through those logistics right now, but it is in the works.
And no selling wristbands, right? Free?
Right now, it's a free music festival. There would be essentially a VIP component of it, but we haven't really gotten into the VIP part of it yet. We're still big picture of it and want to start getting the bands lined up. And then, of course, Bastrop Live is kicking off in September. Bastrop Live is the marketing umbrella for all of the live music initiatives happening in the city throughout the year. So not just, last year was kind of a trial run with September to see how it went, but this is now kind of going to be the umbrella. So we will market Bastrop Live, and then all of the live music happening in the city will be kind of under that umbrella, and then we'll go out with marketing and promoting live music, making us a live music destination. So, yeah. Any questions?
Every weekend in September, same, like 4 weeks.
So it's going to start in September of like every weekend, but it's really the idea is that we've got live music all the time. So similar to how I compare it to, the hope is that this follows, so ACL in Austin, right? There's the actual like ACL venue that has live music year round, and then there's the ACL festival. So Bastrop Live is our year-long live music in all the venues all the time, and then our festival is like the actual on-site of that.
Gotcha. So are we doing hot funds to the venues over 4 weekends to help them launch it, or are we just picking up their music and promoting it?
Some of the venues have submitted their requests to me for September. So we're going to fund some of those bigger bands, and there was specifics on these have to be outside bands, they have to be more regional, it has to generate tourism, not funding our local bands, if you will. So some of the venues are going to start that in September as part of our kickoff, but then we have a pot of funds in my next year's budget that the venues can tap into throughout the year to bring in bands here and there periodically. Yeah. Good questions. Anything else on those?
I think we were talking yesterday, carrying on the word about, I think it's great and so important, as you're saying, Michaela, to bring in those outside bands. Well, first, because you got to have people in the hotel room, so
yes,
local, you don't want to stay overnight in a hotel. But also, we don't want to be so redundant with the same bands. Nothing against them by any means, but a lot of it's not as special if you don't have some of them. So I think that's a great idea.
Right, you can go and see a lot of the local bands pretty much.
Well, that's what Radius Clubs is for. So,
Yes.
Radius Club, like we play Buell. We can't play within a certain 60-mile radius for at least a month, because you don't want to get, churning up over here, but, paying over here, but you can see them free over here, in the same time frame. So it makes it special.
Yeah.
In that fact, so we're looking at Radius Club.
Yep.
Bigger bands to bring people, just gotta promote it the right way.
And we'll still have some, I want that to be known, and we'll kind of sprinkle those in throughout the day and some of the venues and stuff like that. So we'll still work on that, but we do want to put an emphasis on some outside bands coming in. Okay, a couple other items that I'm currently in the research phase, if you will, is additional public restrooms in downtown. I'm currently working with a couple different companies related to portable trailers it's like a full-blown trailer that has restrooms on it. There's kind of two different layouts. There's individual stalls versus public stalls, if you will. So looking into that, and then also looking into a couple different, like, more structure ones, but a lot of logistics, because we gotta figure out where we'd even put them, and so heavy in the research phase for that. Same thing with bollards. Sylvia and I kind of chatted briefly about this, on like Main Street, for example, on Pine, right? We close off there fairly often, and we have to bring out barricades, and PD parks the car there and stuff like that. So a little while back, I talked to Chief about this as well, about putting in like bollards that come out of the ground, right? And then they lock into place, and they, you know, you can't unlock them, we have the keys, but then having those bollards pop up for easier street closures. So working through those logistics, because I think that'll help us tremendously and make it more pedestrian friendly. And then another Main Street item that I'm in works with EDC is our Bridge to Business program. Essentially, this is two different grant opportunities. There's a reinvestment grant and an emergency grant. So the reinvestment grant is more targeted towards reinvesting in our buildings to make them more friendly for business. So for example, like sprinkling some of our businesses. I think we only have like 5 businesses sprinkled downtown, not very many. So as some of the buildings are, you know, we're encouraging reinvestment into them, we'll have some funds available for that. And then emergency grants, think of, oh, my vent hood went out and I'm going to be closed for 3 weeks now because I need to get this vent hood. Kind of emergency grants in that way to make sure that they stay open. So that's Main Street stuff. I know my item only said Main Street, so I didn't know if you wanted me to cover the rest of Discover Bastrop.
Well, I want to touch on specifically the German casino, because that is a project that's been ongoing that was also funded in your bond. So I'm going to pull that up right now. So it's gone through a couple of renderings. Any of you guys have it? I got it from Elizabeth on the 20. Any of you have it, I would appreciate it. I don't have the updated one from Elizabeth. 7/22 is the last update, right? Yes.
Is it in the? Yeah. So the German casino project teams, the votes on 7/22, goes in 6/22. I don't know if that's the correct
Yeah, I thought it was because I wasn't logged on VPN wise, but that's not it.
Which time that time?
2.0.
Elizabeth Wick, BGCHH. Yeah, it just doesn't want to open. Okay, got it. It's thinking. So, there was $500,000 in the quality of life bond for German Casino to be located on the site of the convention center. That was one, a historical aspect, recreating the German Casino that fell in. And then two, adding some additional space to the convention center for those smaller parties. We've gone through 2 iterations already. Harlan is the architect, Levion, is his last name? Who's the architect that's been working with us. Design is very cool. I wish it would, I don't know if it's my connection or.
Mine would help either.
What did she call it? BCBG?
That's Bastrop, German Casino Happy Hour.
BTCH.
Happy Hour.
Well, while that's opening, I have Jason's, from the email?
From the teams, when it's downloading.
Oh.
Literally just popped up. Just the 37 pages.
Oh, very good.
All right, so it's still thinking a little bit. This was the original German casino over on the right-hand side, and you can see where it caved in.
Wait, go back up.
Bottom right.
Okay.
Skip right down. So it's intended to be located where the gazebo and the covered area is. It's a small reconstruction of the original casino with what we're calling a salt box addition at the back to give some kitchen, et cetera, space if it's going to be used for those smaller rentals. That's the view if you're standing at City Hall. It's a recreation of the casino complete with the blank at top, cupolas at top.
Judy Hoover, or?
Yeah. So that's what you would see from the street. That salt box addition is that clear area in the back. The front building is only about 1,800 square feet, and the total building is about 5,000 square feet. So not a very big building per se. Those are tanks inside the building. That's where the restrooms are proposed to be.
Inside the tank?
Yeah, there you go.
Is a restroom.
See, that's, you're looking down.
Just climb up to the top.
Or whatever you need.
No,
Those are solid.
Oh, man, we up there.
Leave it to the architects, man. That's what it looks like, a cross section, that's the old German casino to the right, salt box to the left. Yeah, I couldn't make it up if I tried.
We're talking about doors kind of in between the two structures, so that way you can kind of close them off and have, that's a good example.
Yep.
Two different things going on.
So that's a good example. You could have a wedding, for example, going on with the reception next door, or you can have a music event going on with something else next door, so.
So question, just, it's just gonna be a building for that, will we not have anything outside of the building itself to represent any of the German history with that, or the building's gonna be what it is?
Yeah, inside it's intended to have some historical things hanging on the wall.
Right,
and
so something historical,
yeah.
right, like
Yeah, we're not just gonna put the building.
Picture,
It's
okay.
gotta tell a story.
Yeah, they need to tell a story.
Yeah,
So.
very nice
okay.
wallpaper or something like that that tells a story.
Wallpaper.
Well,
No,
it's a
it's
mural.
not. Look, when you said wallpaper, I went back to '87. Yeah, no, we got all that shit. We gotta roll it up there, then roll it down.
The roof's taken off, it's kind of what it would look like.
Well, this is the older rendering now that I'm catching this. So we've actually now kind of sectioned off an area here and made some adjustments because it was, to me, important. How we're utilizing this area right here, kind of a prep kitchen area, if you will. And then we also, it's important for tables to have an area to be stored as well as chairs. So the current ones that we have now have like a wall here, and there's a rectangle here for storage for the tables and chairs, and then a prep kitchen area here. We were playing around with the office space upstairs, but still working through the logistics of that.
Next to the tanks.
Yeah, that's a wall. You would, two separate.
No, I know, but it still travels through the walls. Like if you're having a bad tank day, it's gonna get through the walls. I'm being for real, like,
So how about like a
This just depicts how it can be used as museum, showcase space, those kinds of things. Yeah.
So that being said, these aren't final, and these areas out here kind of patio space intended use, so you could go outside and have like, a social hour and stuff like that. But these aren't finalized by any means, but we needed kind of an actual rendering example and estimated budget numbers to be able to, oh, there's the kitchen and the galley, okay. To be able to go forward to pursue the LCRA grant, so.
it's got brick, that's what you need to keep it up.
It's kind of interesting, I'm using that word, it's kind of interesting how the architect developed modern, which the salt box or whatever you call it, very modern looking with the old brick casino.
Yeah, but it works in a weird way.
We took the inspiration.
And I think it works because it's clear, like there's nothing drawing your eye away from the brick.
We took inspiration from the Lost Pines Art Center. The Main Street team had worked about like through design guidelines for Chestnut as people start, developing Chestnut, and we really like city halls with the landscaping and the masonry and stuff like that. So pulling that and mixing that with the German casino, I think is what's really working.
Even the silo is kind of a traditional backdrop.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they're inside, but I get it.
Well, it's just a restaurant.
The back.
Yeah, my first take on it was like, oh, weird, but then is it ruminating?
Still my take.
No, but isn't it ruminating with me for a day or two? And I thought that I'm like it's just a unique way to nod back to Bastrop's history of seeing built on this
I get the silos, I just
Yeah.
think in the box is kind of weird, so. That's just me.
Okay. Anything else on my list?
I think that's it. Your monthly hotelier meeting.
Yeah. So previously, TJ at the Hampton was kind of hosting these hotelier meetings. The date kind of didn't work super well with everybody, so we have now kind of taken it under our initiative and taken it over with permission, of course. But we now host those in different hotels every month to get exposure to each of the hotels. We also include, like last month, we did it at the convention center so they could all see the actual convention center. And then we also have started to incorporate, we're going to start once a quarter, we'll be at an excursion. So our one in the fall, we're going to take like all the hoteliers to like do the demo at Zip Lost Pines and the Segways, because they get a lot of questions at the desks of like, what is there to do here? So we thought the best way to start getting exposure of all the things that there are. So we'll kind of start bouncing those around, but those have gone really well. I mean, the first couple, I'm not gonna lie, I got pounded. Just because, you know, there's historically hasn't been a lot of conversations with them. So slowly starting to build those relationships with all the hoteliers and making sure we're, you know, doing what we should be doing as partners and good use of their hot funds. So there's been some really solid conversations out of that as it relates to the new potential qualified hotel project going up, and then what the convention center can be doing to help. And then we're doing a whole website rebuild basically that would help with them and promoting them more, and a whole bunch of stuff as it relates to the hoteliers. So a lot of moving parts with the hotelier meetings.
Do you want to see the parking garage renderings now, or do you want to wait till future? Okay.
I just saw silos in the box.
I know.
They can clear up the visual.
This is by the library.
This is the one that's by the library. So this is I'm envisioning this to be really a tri-party or more venture. This is a proposal that's been submitted by the Episcopal Church. They have a member, Mr. and Mrs. Hall, who have a foundation who have paid for all of these renderings and paid for all of the work that you're about to see. I had a conversation about what we would like to see downtown in terms of parking, in terms of additional retail, in terms of additional programming, some pedestrian safe ways to move between North and South Main. So the architect, Carr, actually lives in Bastrop in the Apothecary House on South Main, close to Ferry Park. So I'll just go over, let's just jump right into that. That is the overall concept plan. What you see here is the existing church. What you see here is the church hall. And then this is that little annex building that's sort of an old barrack building. These are envisioned to go away. This area where the hall is becomes an overlook. Is that the old school? It becomes an overlook. The grade drop off between the church and what's labeled amphitheater is pretty significant, and so there's a proposal to grade this in such a way that it is an open air amphitheater, and then it opens down further into the park in what's being called Great Lawn. This does have Alley A being mostly pedestrian use. There's some bollards that Michaela was talking about that are removable, that allow for trash, et cetera, et cetera. So that's overhead look. You can see where Alley A, those are pavers, and the intent for that is programming the backs of these buildings that we talked about, being able to have front and back entrance. I don't know. I know that the church was selling this mercantile building. I think they're still trying to do that. That is a proposed vehicular circulation for the alley. They still owe me a traffic plan. I don't have anything in stone about how traffic moves, what the impact of that would be. The amphitheater is proposed to be 11,000 square feet. They would seat about 250 people sitting down, 300 standing. In comparison, it's bigger than the George Bush Presidential Center. It's bigger than the Pearl in San Antonio, and it's about the size of the Holdsworth Center. So this is the side view. This is where the school, that open pavilion is. It opens up down into that amphitheater. There's the stage. There's the great lawn. It connects the parking garage to Main Street via an elevated walkway. So it sort of feels like you're walking among the trees. Those are renderings of what that amphitheater could look like. That is what the alley is envisioned to be, more pedestrian than vehicular. Since the school is gone, right, traffic is reduced greatly down the alley. And I know folks use it as relief, which is why I need a traffic plan from them.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people from.
Huge way for cars to.
Yeah, everything from Church Street over,
Yeah,
you know, uses that.
yeah, it's a big impact.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's what that walkway looks like, because I heard you say, well, it's too far to walk. And, you know, that was my concern to them. It's hard to walk from the library over to the southern portion of Maine. And so the architect came up with, if you're walking along a nice path, the walk isn't so harsh as if you're walking down a hot and heavy sidewalk.
Yeah, you don't realize it because you're enjoying the walk.
The buildings where the barracks and things are located are intended to be open air, like that. And then that's sort of a rendering of what that could look like. Church over to the left-hand side, and this is just a view from the street. There's the alley, there's the gateway, and the garage is really over at the library, and it was important to continue the design that we had on the other side with retail at the bottom. So you end up having retail along, this is Spring, right? Yes. You end up having retail along Spring and a little bit down into the alley. And then the restaurant is envisioned at the top floor of the parking garage overlooking the river.
So retail faces the library areas?
Retail faces the utilities business office.
The library.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it faces Spring Street.
Mm-hmm. Spring Street, and it makes the corner to the alley. And there's still about 11,000 retail square feet there, like the other garage, and a 6,000 plus restaurant at the top. So again, very preliminary. I have no cost. I have nothing. I'm waiting on a traffic circulation of what this could potentially look like. But as we talk about the alley on the other side also, if we could reprogram those alleys so that alley B, no, alley C, which is the one by Neighbors.
That's B.
B. That it looks more like that than the.
But with cars, right, not walking.
On the other side by Neighbors?
Yeah, we're not gonna close off all alleys to cars, are we?
Well, that's one way already, isn't it?
No.
The one by Neighbors?
No, it's two ways.
Oh, gosh.
It needs to be, but it's.
It's
Yeah.
two ways.
Yeah.
But like coming out on the Chestnut, it's real tight right there.
Yeah.
But you're only supposed to make a right turn coming out. But people still can go in
From
and
any
south.
Yeah.
I can totally understand
But it's
one
tight
way
right there.
thing, that makes sense, but I'm just gonna die on this cross. Cutting off cars to the alleys is gonna not only affect there, it's gonna affect your entire city. Like Kevin said, coming off Church Street, that flow is really good.
That was a big part of the very preliminary master plan. When I put in my inquiries was like, we're gonna have to talk about traffic flow for this, right? And that's specifically for B, but same concept, because I am imagining that it's a one-way, like, I don't know yet, but like, it's a one-way off of Chestnut, and then that's a one-way, but there are bollards that when we have events, it comes up and it's only pedestrian, so temporarily. So,
And I can
potential
see
savings.
one way, here, right, and not have a pedestrian, but either way, it makes it safer to have pedestrians, right? Because at least everyone knows where the traffic is going. So having traffic come from Spring Street out to Chestnut, this way, making that one way, at least to do that, right? Because it's, yes, people go that way to get to that part of town, but a whole lot more people are coming out and they're utilizing it, so they don't have to go to Main Street.
Yeah.
So from,
And come off of Spring,
Oh,
one way
okay.
this way to turn right on
Traffic is
Chestnut.
equal both directions. I mean,
It is, but I mean.
so you gotta re-engineer the whole, you know, it can't just be the alley A and alley B that you.
Yeah, there would be another,
You have to
the
figure
flip
out,
side of another
maybe do something
opposite.
different with Main Street, maybe do something different with water. I
All
don't
of
know.
them be impacted.
Right, because that will all,
That's why like the big cities in Austin, you've got one going one way and then the other one's coming this way. So if we do one way this way, if it's coming from north to south, you'll probably need an opposite one way.
so then, right, so that would make Main Street south to north.
Yeah.
Right.
I know, yeah.
My actions.
Right. Which,
Yeah.
yeah. It's not, not simple.
Might just have to.
Which is probably why I haven't gotten the traffic circulation plan.
Right, because if they have any like real numbers about the number of cars coming
No,
through
it is
there,
a bunch.
then they've got a lot of cars to deal with. Because I guarantee.
And you're right, it is the same, it's probably the
Alley A
same
carries
amount.
as much traffic as Main Street.
Oh, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where I go with alleys.
It's better.
There's many cars in alleys there are on Main Street.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'll go there, it's easier to skip the light at Main Street. If you
And now
get
it's much
out.
better since.
I got that arrow in there. Y'all seen that?
Yep.
Interesting. So down since you really hadn't talked to the price or anything, that's their private land, so they're gonna pay for all of that?
that is their private land, yeah. This is gonna have to be a P3 type of partnership, very much like on the other side where a developer, I imagine, is buying the retail and the restaurant space. Same sort of concept.
And it would be a huge asset to downtown, so.
There's some
Yeah.
parking lots and stuff.
Right, and so, I mean, and it is not ideal as far as its location for the cars, but it's better than anything else we've got, you know, so far. And
Are we still?
And we still have open conversation with Wells Fargo. There is a, site design that has a, retail location for the bank. They were not interested in a drive-through location in that area, just a retail office space location.
which that helps.
Yes, that helps tremendously. And then obviously, option number one was still the site that we had originally planned, so I don't know if any of you have made any headway in that regard.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Taylor.
Thank you, madam.
I tried voting tonight.
People are coming to me and like, when's it going on? And I'm
I
like,
was like, I said, are we staying Wells Fargo out loud now? Like,
Oh, yeah. No, people have come up to me like, when's it going away? I'm like, how did you?
Anything?
Okay.
It's a leak, I didn't know it. I'm saying, no, it really is, some people say stuff and others like, I don't know where you're getting it from, except for inside the house, where you gotta get some talk. So, somebody inside the house can talk, we don't need to talk.
All right, so we're gonna go to item number 1. The budget. No, because I mean, unless each one of you marked super details in your sheets, I think the first thing we've got to talk about, what I have listed is items not funded. And really, that's the police department. You know the request that she made. You all essentially looked at me the same way, and I read between the lines. She included statistics in the packet. I'll email those to you separately about what her defense was for the number of officers. So I can go over that if you want me to. I didn't think you were that interested in going over that, but I'm happy to do that. And then the next item is actually setting the tax rate. So, worked with Ellen on the rates and gave some alternate ideas about, all right, you know that the general fund handles about $1.4 million of street debt.
What does it look like for the street to handle a little bit of its own debt, a portion of its debt, all of its debt, and what does that do to the tax rate? And then also included in the packet is what it actually does to the street budget itself. And so there's a sheet in here called What If Scenarios with Paying Debt. And so, for example, if the street department paid $800,000 of its debt, it still has a surplus fund balance of $532,000, $532,433. Street department has $4 million in reserve right now.
And that is just based on the fact that we don't have time to do the jobs that we have.
And we're doing them in-house, we're not, his 900,000 versus,
Because,
30,000.
my thought on having a reserve and things like, streets and things like that is we're taking money from current taxpayers and putting it in the bank and not using it. So then that's not an effective, in my opinion, use of tax money. So, yeah, and so, future, I guess, somehow for the future benefit, future taxpayers. So, yeah, so if we could minimize that, would be better, and if that, paying off debt, that's the way to do it, that's what I'm okay with that.
Let me see how much debt is. Go out for the street money again. 28. 22.
It's 5 years.
Judy, if you're listening, can you send me the street debt? I feel like I'm talking to Siri. So we'll talk about paying down some debt as part of this. But so if the street were to pay down, were to pay $800,000 of its own debt, and we leave the tax rate at the no new revenue rate, that reduces the shortfall to $30,000, a little bit under $31,000. I'm sure I can go find that in the budget. I wouldn't recommend any more than that, because then you lose the whole capacity for the street department to do what the street department's doing. And granted, the street fund, assuming that we pass the election again, the street fund grows as sales taxes grow. I mean, that's a self-replenishing fund. But I wouldn't recommend any more than $800,000.
Looking at the tax rate independent of budget is, it sort of just leaves you with this one-dimensional view of it. There was this other element that you had discussed with me, sort of conceptually, very briefly, that had to do with one-time expenses, and that the one of, and I'm a little hand-wavy, but it's kind of what I remember you saying. One of the reasons that our bond rating decreased ever so slightly this last year was because we were not paying all of the expenses within a year with the money collected within that year. And we were discussing doing that again.
No. And the second part of that is because the council would do, oh, great, I've got 50,000 that's gonna fall to reserve. Don't let it fall to reserve. Let's do this one-time project.
Right. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So there was even an element in the budget presentation at the last council meeting that kind of proposed that was a possibility. But there's another way to do that without actually doing it. And that is, instead of taking a one-time expense that you're going to spend next year with this year's dollars, which is frowned upon, You instead take next year's expense, and there's an Indian English word that they use in India that they made up. It's called prepone the expense. So it's opposite of postpone. So you move the expense into this year and pay for it with this year's dollars, reducing next year's budget and next year's tax rate, at the same time.
Yeah, and governments do it differently, and the auditors always catch it, because what we do is, you heard me say, oh, he's not gonna finish this project, make sure we encumber the money, okay? So that's perfectly legit, he didn't finish, it was dollars this, but it really should fall and then get reprogrammed. I shouldn't necessarily encumber, unless he's halfway through the project, yes, absolutely, I need to encumber it. But if he hasn't even started the project, it should fall, and then it should get reprogrammed, because you made a conscious decision in the current budget year, at the current tax rate, to have that project move forward. Priorities change, COVID, those kinds of things happen, and so that's kind of the, don't like it, governments have been doing it for a long time. The other good point you brought up was, let's not use savings of dollars to pay for recurring expenses. Let's not, the dollars that we're saving, we can add to police officers, because what you'll see in this budget is, we added a couple of finance people, some HR people, and we felt it in the budget. Much needed, they hadn't had any additional staff in a very long time, but shouldn't be a recurring expense.
And the concept there is that when you have one-time dollars, you should use it on one-time expenses. Because if you use it on a recurring expense, what you're doing is committing next year's budget
already.
to already paying for it, even if you don't know if you're gonna have that money next year. And so, buying a fire truck, or a carpet for the library, identifiable, specific, like, we're gonna get this thing, and this is now gonna belong to the city of Bastrop because we paid money for it one time, is an appropriate use of, end of the year money like that.
And it's better if we can spend it on things that are gonna save us money later.
Yeah.
Like a piece of equipment or something like that for streets. If we buy a new roller and, now we don't have to, farm out this work anymore.
Yeah, then that's an investment.
That's a double benefit.
The sales tax, and so the revenue expenses overage. So you saw that revenues was up by over $1 million and expenses down by like 1.3 million. In that revenue, Judy reminded me, in that revenue was a $600,000 allocation from SpaceX that got misappropriated to us. They haven't asked for it back. There's no way for us to wire it back, but they're gonna ask for it. In the next 36 months, they will ask for it. So we can't count on that. So we're really 400,000 over in revenue and 1.3 million less expenses.
That needs to be an asterisk on everything that we do, because people are gonna try, we're gonna try to spend that money somehow, and we've gotta make sure that we don't, because it's not ours.
It's not ours, and we don't want whoever comes behind us to try to do it and try
And this
to
is
catch back up.
This is a semi-serious question too. Have we ever discussed, or do we have an avenue to discuss the idea of annexing that space, SpaceX, or
I am not talking annexation with them tomorrow. What I am talking about is pretreatment for an additional revenue source. That's a conversation tomorrow at 8 a.m. before I meet with you, lovely.
But that's, to your point though, that could be an introductory to getting there, right? Building on it. I wouldn't say just come at them strong, but that's the way to start.
Yeah.
No, I don't like it.
Well, I think annexation.
No, but from that volume of sales tax, it's probably the subscription revenue from the satellite service, that's my guess. There's people paying the sales tax on.
That would be the equipment, because the service doesn't have a sales tax.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be the equipment.
Yeah.
Well, it's under SpaceX storage.
Yeah, so then, but the $500 dish, we're gonna pay sales tax. So, but anyway, if it's dollar volumes like that, and it's collected by, it's paid by their customers, not them. There might be a, 3-year agreement.
Well, so we can talk about,
taxes
payment in lieu of or something.
That could dramatically benefit us, and no big deal with them,
Okay.
Just a
No, haven't had that conversation. Our conversation has been mostly on water wastewater service and really the wastewater service. And they really need, treatment for their industrial discharge. We have the water system, so maybe it needs to be before, not after, so, and then the other conversation with Aqua, obviously.
But, okay, so sales tax. The concept of applying a growth to last year's sales tax collection as a baseline and then taking known new payers at some acceptable yearly estimate rate and then adding that as a separate bucket. Have you looked at that conceptually?
I have not,
Okay.
only because our HDL reports are still very bare as it relates to the new stuff that's come online.
Yeah.
When Kevin and I sat and did it, we sort of did a national average and we
Right.
said, okay, the Chewies nationally should do this.
Mhm.
Our 2 months of Chewies shows, I mean, it's trending in that direction.
Mhm.
But 2 months of data is hard to extrapolate.
Yeah, the thing that I'm not, that I don't know, only because I haven't seen the numbers myself, is, for instance, even if we took that number and discounted it by 80%, by 50%, is that still a meaningfully large number? Like, for instance, if we took the national average on our first 2 months and then discounted it by 50%, which we absolutely should go past, it still adds $300,000 to our tax bill. You know, I mean, I just don't know this scale.
And it wouldn't be a number like that. It would
Okay.
be a number.
Yeah, again, this is the thing, I don't know how big is the number in magnitude, you know? Because if it was $8,000, then you don't.
I mean, I
treat it
can
tens of thousands of
share,
dollars.
because this is the council and we're in session, I can share the HDL reports, I have to turn off the camera, I can't share those to the public.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that
we can make a face us.
Well, I think just the question is it a meaningful enough number to be worth going through the exercise of figuring?
No, and here, I'll just disconnect from here so my screen's on.
And I think, yeah, that is the question. It's like, you know, if it's worth $200,000, you know, in total in the year, then it's probably worth separating it out as a separate, in addition to 3% of the whole.
Yeah, I mean, my feel, and this is just a feel, is that it's tens of thousands of dollars, not.
Yeah.
Okay, not hundreds.
Oh, not in the 6 digits.
Okay.
And that was especially on a year-over-year basis. When we were talking about what was gonna be added to Samira, for example, for the next 4 years, then yeah, you were getting into 6 digits easily, but like just what's gonna be new revenue for FY 2027.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, tens of thousands.
Okay.
And so,
And that's the thing I don't,
here is.
That might be your 30,000 is looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is an example of a report. This one only goes through April of this year. So Home Depot is our #1 taxpayer, and that we get annually from Home Depot about $1 million. Oh,
So that's what I'm saying, I can turn the camera around. If you want to.
how do I mute that?
You can mute yourself.
This is how hit it though. So that should be right. Just, will you go make sure we're not making barriers anymore?
Do you need to call some executive?
But under what, it's not constitutional.
No.
We'll see this in a meeting, I mean, in an individual meeting with each other. So it's not an executive like conversation, it's just, we can't disclose it to the public because of the.
Yeah.
License agreement.
Like whatever for the company.
It's full license agreement.
Yeah. With the provider.
No, it's
nothing.
comfortable.
It's not a, like.
The ultimate provider.
Yeah. Is it on?
You can still hear? Okay.
All right, so, this is an example of a taxpayer report that we get. These are our consistent top 5. Academy and Bucky's, depending on time of year, will flip. But, there's a TJ Maxx / Ross Dress for Less type, what is it, the store that you like?
Burlington, I know, Nordstrom Rack.
Nordstrom Rack.
Yeah.
So it's in that family of stores, so we compared Nordstrom Rack.
Let's give them whatever.
Yeah, so, yeah, and it's not, I mean, and you can see, for example, the other part that's not in here also is our insurance is going to have a reduction because we're all going to end up going to that surest plan. My reservation on keeping it whole for the staff so that they're not harmed when they go to the doctor is we're creating a essentially a health savings account for them.
Is it essentially a health savings account or is it a health savings
No,
account?
it's essentially because if they don't use it, it's ours. It's a use it or lose
Well, that's
it.
kind of the way those things work, at least every
No,
company I've worked out.
I don't know, I have a flexible.
In more recent, last 10 years,
We get some stack up on it.
it's a separate 401k. That can only be spent on medical expenses, and you can put up to $5,000 or $6,000 a year in it. And it's always.
Okay, so it used to be use and lose.
Yes, and now I have a flex spending account that is yearly use and lose it. So I put the maximum into the tax deferred bigger plan and then 1,000 the use and lose it amount every year.
Yeah, so we're working with our broker on how to do that legally, because I still have some staff who are on the HMO. They're young, they're healthy, they want to be on the HMO. On the folks that are on the HMO, we put, what do we put, 2,000, 3,000 into their savings account? Do you know? Anyone of you guys on the HMO? Yeah.
It's 4,600.
So 2,400? Yeah. And because it's such a cheap rate, but my younger folks, my healthy folks are on that. My older, unhealthier folks, like me, are on the other plan, but I also don't have any dependent coverage. And so that's the other thing I'm trying to keep intact also is 50% dependent coverage, because we've done that probably in the last 3 years, and it really makes a difference in staff. So the surest plan is my meet in the middle, is my, it's not, I'm going to call it an HMO with a choice. You get to pick your doctor, but you're going to pick your doctor based on what that doctor costs. That's up to you. If you want to keep your doctor and your doctor costs $65 instead of 25, that's on you. That's why it was important for me to put some dollars in. If we do that, that's a net zero increase in health insurance. It's a net zero across the board. Keeps them whole, keeps them insured, keeps the family, and then keeps a little savings net to get folks to go to the doctor. So that's a $290,000 savings.
You're referring to it as the surest plan.
That's what it's called.
Is that the company? Is that?
No, that's just the trademark to the patent.
Okay. Are we streaming again?
We're streaming.
Judy just said we weren't, but I didn't know if that was.
Yeah, okay. Judy said we're not. She can't hear you.
Do you know if there are local options for the cheaper doctors? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Like Vivi checked her doctors, I checked my doctors. Now, my primary care doctor is an internal medicine doctor. I don't have a general practitioner, she's internal medicine. I used to pay $25, I will now pay $45 when I go to see her. For me, not so harmful, but for my folks earning $15, $17 an hour, that $20 is the difference of going to the doctor or not. Which is why that spending account it's important. And we're only putting, I believe, Judy, correct me if I'm wrong, it's $75 a pay period, I think. But that $75 a pay period still gets us to a net zero, and it still keeps the employees at $150 to go to the doctor or for medicine, and there's still the wellness benefits of, free checkups for females and those kinds of things, so. It's how our insurance brokers said more and more, cities are going in this way. It's sort of your way of shopping the marketplace. Yes, $75 per year. It's employees' way of shopping the marketplace. And I hate that we're gonna shop on who's the cheaper doctor. I hate that, but that's the way everybody's going, so. And we're such a small, 200 lives, right, pretty much insured on our health insurance is a relatively small group. And we're gonna have some expensive hits this year again.
Right,
And
you're
so,
impacted by.
Yeah.
So, I seem to have this recollection of TML and risk pool and health insurance.
yeah, they're out of that business.
Oh, they are? Okay,
Too big of a loss.
okay, got it.
More and more, so the county, for example, the county was convinced to go self-insure, where you put $1 million in the pot and then you have a stopgap of Blue Cross Blue Shield, whoever. They did that, and the very next year, their insurance is up 19% because of utilization. We are too small, and the county's too small to go self-insured.
Yeah, the company I work for is self-insured, but they're a $40 billion company, so it's a different calculation.
It's a rounding error. Can you adopt me?
No, I mean, it's.
Jeff Connor can adopt you?
They've got like 20,000.
Need another member on your card.
Hey, man.
Or, my question is for the people who are on the current plan, who are in health crises, how is this change going to affect their care?
We're still in the same network. So the doctors presumably should be in the same network. It may, however, impact the price they pay for their doctors. And so there's an app. Going to this plan, the management assistants or the admin in each of the departments will have to become an expert in the app. But this field personnel is going to come and ask, hey, can you check this doctor for me?
I'm just wondering if there's any outline scenarios that are going to be like really.
I have two that I can tell you right now. No, I have two right now.
That are going to be dramatically affected by this insurance change?
Hopefully not dramatic, but they're going through it right now, and so trying to keep as stable an insurance as possible is important, right?
It's a tricky thing.
Well, it is, and I tell the staff all the time, it's great that you got on the GLP-1, it's great that you monitored your blood sugar and your blood pressure because your blood sugar, but put down a Skittles bag. It is meant to change behavior. And if you're still shooting your GLP but walking around with a full shared size of your Skittles bag.
But that's not how people are using it.
That's right, it's not. And then, so we do the wellness, we do, there are benefits on our plan right now. If you do your wellness checkups, you can earn points, you can get Apple Watches, TVs, all kinds of stuff. It's been underutilized. I'm hoping HR, now that they have an additional person, and I hope HR is listening, is going to really focus on that this year, because I don't think we utilize that enough. And then I was in charge of fire and police negotiations at one of my last jobs. And so I got a report every quarter of what medications were the highest utilized. And so I can always tell the health of my staff, whether it was migraine medicine, blood pressure medicine, so on and so forth. And so we focused on those types of wellness techniques. We focused on, hey, let's have a meditation class for the rec center. Hey, let's do this, let's do that, because you got to keep your staff healthy. We work in a very stressful environment, whether you want to believe it or not. Trying to make everybody happy is almost an impossibility. So, but that's where we're headed. So there's the savings on the health insurance side. There's the potential of the street debt, and then I'll come back with an alternate extrapolation on the sales tax to get us to a closer. To get us to the closer number. I'm also gonna tell you guys, we haven't, finished our water rate study, so there's no water rate increase proposed. We've gone a couple of years without it, but y'all were in a $5 for, I think, 4 years. We have not proposed anything on the wastewater side either, and I don't think PP&L put anything in there either. So rates and fees really have been steady over the last couple of years. But what I'm aiming to do, and I'm hoping to do, is begin to reduce those contributions from those funds, specifically the water wastewater funds. Because if we are gonna attempt any of the capital projects, we're gonna talk about what looks like tomorrow. If we're gonna attempt any of those capital projects, then those funds have to be fluid. The water wastewater funds, I don't know how we would have afforded another wastewater treatment plant without rehabbing this. I really don't know how we would have afforded it.
I totally.
And so I don't want to put us, we are going through the study for the membrane plants, but at the end of that study, if it's unreachable and I've got enough capacity, we're gonna shelve it for a little while until I have a defense to do it.
You know,
RW changes things dramatically for us.
I'm trying to figure out the right time frame.
We got
So
time here, right?
it was before Ishmael was elected, so, you know, a year and a half plus.
Yeah, well, we were like, oh my God, we're gonna run out of.
No. I mean, the prediction at that point in time was, it'll take us a year to
Figure out how to get started building one, 2 years to build it, so we're 3 years out. And we're gonna run out of capacity in 9 months, based upon these predictions. And it was like, well, then crap, let's, you know, I need a time machine, so we can go back in time to fund the wastewater treatment plant. But like, where are we on all of that?
So, part of that was predicated on, the Elon companies doing one NGD. So one NGD day would have been 50% of the capacity at the new plant. It was also predicated on the new plant, or the old plant was not gonna be recapped. We didn't know that we were gonna be able to recap. So, 1.4 million back online over here pretty much takes up what the city's using. We're only using about 500,000 over in the new plant, very little.
And that's a $2 million.
Yes. But when you get to 70%, you better be in design.
Right.
So Elon's only sending,
Right.
you know, one tenth of what he intended to send. Part of that is also going to rely on the conversation we have tomorrow, because his flows are going to be domestic related flows. They now may be industrial flows that with pretreatment look like domestic flows to us on that end, which is a revenue source that we counted on as in our bond rating. If we can make that happen, that's great, but it won't need us to go to 8 MGD, for example. And then the other piece is the sale of effluents to industry and or aqua. Aqua's important, and they want to do it. We haven't worked out any terms, and they said no to a take or pay contract, meaning you're gonna pay for it whether you take it or not. But we can figure out a wholesale rate which ends in the same entitlement. Yeah, it gets us to the same place. That's why the outfall project was important, and the permit that goes along with the membrane plant is important, because all of those things equal that. I lost everybody, no?
I remember you, man.
I just can't sit that long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I was kind of like, did this tomorrow? No, we didn't.
So I can have that, I can attempt to have that by tomorrow. I think I can.
Yeah.
I think I can do it.
But the idea on that one is that, not that this is the explicit cause of it, but we're getting to the end of a fiscal year and we've got like $1 million left that we didn't have in our revenue models, right? So in order to try to.
400,000.
Okay, fine, some amount. In order to try to minimize that amount this year, and actually have that in the input side model, so that we can then, assign spending to it. You know, it'll allow us to bring our tax rate potentially to the known revenue rate and still afford everything that we wanted to afford. The other, and then the last part of that was, maybe there are some, one-time expenses that were, requested in the new budget year that we should move into the last quarter of this year, pay for with that extra money we have right now, and then we don't hit our bond rating thing of spending, you know, this year's money in next year's expense. But the combination of those things all together might get us back down to another revenue rate.
Or as close to it, yeah.
Yeah.
I know the library has some projects that are only partially funded, this year. And I know that we've got a few things that could happen in the general fund especially. The other funds, by and large, are healthy and have a healthy reserve and contribute to the general fund. The general fund is the workhorse, and it does it really. I don't charge for parks. I don't, you know. I always tell people, private enterprise never comes for the parks and the libraries. It comes for water, wastewater, BPL, trash. Okay. All right, we've got some time before the 2 o'clock. You guys want to move into hot contingency? Okay. So what we have for you, I'll pull it up, is the assets that we support with the hot fund in their last 3 years of requests. And I know, John, at the last council meeting, you gave them warning about, hey, these things may go away.
No, just revenue.
Yeah. Yep.
Made everybody feel good, and then you just snatched it around. That wasn't cool, man, that was not cool. Wow, wow,
You said.
It needs to be said,
I agree, however, how we say things and when we say them.
and time and place, like that just was not the moment.
Okay, I mean, you can have that opinion, I
Strenuously disagree. They were all in the room, they were all listening. If it wasn't said then, there wouldn't have been another avenue.
There are times.
And so I just, like, in an alternate world that we got to almost see, we would have had to have said no to nearly all of them.
I hear you, and I agree with what you're saying,
Yeah.
at the same time and everything, and that
That is the job.
and that's it, that's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but not saying that it's not, but, in the moment of, here we are about to bless you, Dan, guess what, we're gonna take the blessing. There's no enjoyment in what you're getting, and no one wants to have it happen, not even you.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but, you know, we didn't have another time and place to deliver that.
That's what you felt that we did.
I agree, yeah. Right. What?
You were one-on-one. Phone calls, mother, baby.
Yeah.
Phone calls, hell.
Okay, so, here's the history of what we have been, supporting the assets with, and they all fall within the 15%, historical 15% to the arts. I think there's some discussion, some question when I talked, to the Hyatt about, the destination management organization that was known as Visit Bastrop, and the city's role in that, and what it was attempting to do. So the DMO really was to create Bastrop as a destination. And I want to remind everybody that Bastrop was the destination. That is still the goal of Discover Bastrop. That's still the goal of the assets. Now, what's gonna be important is how we, really look at our Placer AI reports, and we look at some of the events that they're having, or some of the stuff that they're using the hot funds for, and number one, ensuring that it is above board and proper, and number two, that those events are having the return on investment. And so I know Michaela has some examples of events that don't really drive a whole lot of traffic, specifically in the art center. And so our job, her job, is to visit with them specifically and figure out how we drive those things better. How do we help market those things better? Her whole role is marketing, right? So how do we help market those things better to make sure that that traffic is being driven in those areas? Same thing with the visitor center. How do we make sure that it is open and available during our high use times? It's hard for them to staff, I know that. We pick some pretty odd times to have events downtown that nobody else is open. At least of all the visitor center, because I think they close pretty early. So, you know, what does that look like for the visitor center? What does it look like for restrooms downtown? And that really, that's one of the things we've been struggling with as we have the bathroom designs by Freeland Turk going on. Where would be a good place downtown for bathrooms? Is it at the foot of the bridge? Well, on the other side of the bridge is too far already. I'm not taking my little kid running across the bridge to go potty on the other side. Yeah, nobody's gonna do that. Do we pull the Fredericksburg and Wimberley model where there's modular, skid-mounted, nice air-conditioned restrooms? Where do we put those? Is it in a parking lot? Do we take up some space? Lots of conversations we need to have about bettering the destination. The banners, the flags, our appearance, all of that matters. And I gotta tell you, we've been kind of laying down. We know she's got a bunch of new marketing and new branding going on. We gotta just be in tip-top shape all the time.
True. Restrooms are super important. They're up there at the top because it's an unfortunate thing, but there are places on Main Street which just not gonna let you come in and use your restroom. Right? And it's understandable, but just having, with the amount of events that we have, just having that accessibility is crucial. Right? Like just gives idea of.
Well, I think you need them on both sides.
Yes, no, that's what I was gonna say next. Like, we need to have them on both sides. If we are gonna, you know, we're looking at the parking garage, right? Like, sounds like we're going to make it happen somewhere within the city. We shouldn't wait till we get the parking garage to have the restrooms. We should go ahead and have the restrooms. Be okay without a few spots to parking and knowing that eventually we're gonna have way more spots to park in. But with as much activity as we have going on downtown and the plans to revamp our image and get more people here, we need to have those restrooms. So
Any recommendation on location that you want us to look at?
just the two parking lots, one on Pine and then the other one on Spring. Right? I mean, I don't know, I can't see anywhere else.
Yeah, but taking up a spot for bathrooms that aren't gonna get used very much, because most people are going to, most people are, the only time I see that we need restrooms downtown is during events, and we usually bring those in anyway. I don't see, maybe because I'm always in places that has them all the time. But, but so, tell me who's down there, looking for a restroom
And we have them in the museum,
during the day, right?
But it's easy at certain times, except for, certain days you don't have them.
No,
Are they? Yeah. Lumberyard will really, you can almost count on those, they will start working.
And when you have the big board, the.
Right.
Yeah, those are.
No, we need to advertise for that. I don't know how long that food court restaurant stays open. And I don't know if yeah. But I mean, people that walk into their cars or even pulling up, having that restroom before you get to move to downtown, not knowing if you're gonna go. Restrooms are just an easy convenience that you can park. Or you just never know when you're gonna need those facilities.
It's your rec center, Bob.
What?
The rec center, Bob.
For who, the visitors?
No, for people who.
Rec center, what?
Oh.
Or you can go
But
right
I
in
don't know, I just think you get a lot more
Utilization out of a parking space.
Rented, because if that's the case, I mean, the purchase of a skid-mounted restroom set where we pull it on like Thursday nights or whatever and have it for the weekend, I mean, that's.
What's it take up, 3-4 parking spots a night?
No. Well, and then you're gonna have to get a parking.
Having stalls, and then you talking about ADA, and that makes a big price difference for your trailers. I would say the size that we need, the trailer wise, they're about 60 grand. About 2 parking spaces.
2 parking places?
Relic had 5 parking spots. I wonder if the people who just bought the insurance company, Germer Insurance, I wonder if they would sponsor us a spot on the weekend. Spot in the back of that.
You wouldn't be able to park, if you park something there, you wouldn't be able to get down to Old Town and.
Oh, that's where the back spots.
They're right
Yeah.
and it's in that corner where you've got no reason to go there unless you're.
Is that where you have to fight with?
That's
Okay, what about the next, to where the plane and all that, backing up, where they always park back in there.
Yeah.
What's the name of the business? Well, it's next to 602, but there's somebody else there.
Yeah.
Between the sidewalk.
I kind of like that.
Between the sidewalk and that business, and then they always park.
Oh, yeah.
There's that empty dirt
I mean,
parking lot
they're
right
up
behind
in
you.
there.
Well, that's not empty, they always use it.
They're always using it.
Yeah.
Say, hey,
That's literally another thing.
It comes with the Tahoe.
okay.
Yeah. So, conversation, the point of the matter is, we know we've got to elevate. We know we've got to help our assets elevate and become part of the destination. We know we've got to participate more, not just with the Hyatt, but our other hoteliers in helping drive. That was Michaela's meeting. Has the Hyatt been attending your monthlies?
They were until the mic dropped.
Got it. And so they have an additional request for another 60,000?
It's more of a sponsorship rather than just a front face the money. So there would be a very big Bastrop presence in it. It's a big women in tourism conference, so it's a pretty big deal, like internationally. And we would essentially be a big sponsor of it. So it'd be a little bit more.
Okay. Creating events, destination, downtown?
Yes. It would be very much more of a sponsorship than the previous one. Yes, like physically you're there on site, you want to talk about excursions and things like that.
Yeah.
A little bit different, but yeah, like 60K.
And I think those are the types of fund drivers. What, you know, everybody tells me, we used to have a bus from the Hyatt that used to bring folks downtown, et cetera, et cetera. We do have a lot of things going on downtown, but, and I know you have the software that would allow them to purchase tickets there at the Hyatt. How's that going?
Yeah, so we just signed off all that at your desk. So there's a platform called Bandwago that we're moving forward with. It's essentially like an attraction pass / passport program. So we can like build out excursions and kind of a reward program, if you will. So everything, and then in addition, that's one software, we're also partnering up with a software called Right, which is a hotel booking platform. So those work hand in hand, and you can book like your whole trip to Bastrop all on one day. So
welcome.
Sorry.
We'll be with.
Are we set up to, like, you know, when you go out of town, you go to hotels, and you have the TV screen, we set up to have advertising on there?
Most hotels don't have like a TV screen like that, but we're very much in it as it relates to like our visitors guide and things like that.
I think you're talking in the hotel room.
In hotel rooms,
Oh.
right, like, You know what I'm talking about?
There's been a handful of times, so I had a
Like, you got like a
conversation,
little,
I had a conversation with Hampton for that, about something similar. I asked if we could put the visitors guide in the room directly. Since COVID, they've kind of stopped doing that, and then they also said they have kind of like, because they're part of the Hilton brand, like they have limitations of what they can put in the rooms and what they play on their little screens, but it's definitely a conversation that has to happen.
like, I think that would be, you know, most of the time, I know for me, like I'll go in and I'll turn the TV on, may not pick a channel or whatever, but like I'll just have, I need to have it on, right? And then like you look and you see the advertisement, or you'll hear something, right? It's something like that. For people who
I'm
are
sure they'll take our money.
look to see what.
No, for sure,
Right.
absolutely, I think that even if it's just the Discover Bastrop and we have a QR code that
It comes across the screen.
And
tomorrow is historic preservation.
We're currently working on 5 commercials.
What did you mention? So, Michael amended the agenda because tomorrow we're going to talk about the Historic Preservation Trust. I had a very good conversation with the city of Boston on how they did it, and it is right for a local government corporation, so that's part of this discussion. I missed it on the agenda, so we're coming back to it tomorrow. And then I think because our visitors are here, we will, Marilyn, entertain you to close it out and then. Yeah. We're the visitors, yes.
All right, want to recess until tomorrow?
Yes, and we left off, we will pick up with item number 2.
We have a project. So it is now 1:56. We are recessing, until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And we will pick up with, agenda item number 2, capital projects.
Point of order question. We have a separate agenda for tomorrow, right? Yeah. Correct. So we have a completely independent posted meeting tomorrow. So we need to adjourn for this.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, so, but we need to continue this agenda.
Oh, we didn't,
No, we're not done with this. That's why I just.
Yeah, we didn't finish this agenda.
okay, so tomorrow's agenda doesn't include all the same things?
It is. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
We're extending May.
No, John's right. My bad. I thought Michael posted an independent agenda. It's all the same with the start presentation.
Oh, thank you.
So yes, you need to adjourn.
Tomorrow is added to, this is added to tomorrow.
So you just adjourn.
So we're not recessing, that's right. Right, you're good. You're good. I was going off while we was. Right, so we have a second, all in favor? All opposed? All right.
My bad, I'm sorry.
We're good. If they're both just, they're right, if it was, you know what I mean?
No, just.
Yeah, I don't have